Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ted Kempton, Chair of the Commission. If you're here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. Staff will then present their report. We will then ask for public comment. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the commissioners will ask questions in the same order as the presentation. Next, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. After the public hearing is closed, no further testimony can be given. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on Chapter 27 of the City Code of Ordinances, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, Historic Preservation Development Review Committee comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owners or agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence cell phones. And I'd like to go ahead and introduce the commissioners, starting from my left.
Brian Hammond with BDG Architects.
Good evening, I'm Carol Post. I'm the public policy representative to the commission.
I'm John Prokop. I practice architecture.
My name is Dan Myers. I'm an architect.
All right, and we also have staff here to support us tonight. We've got Ron Vila, Elaine Lund, Alexis Guzman, Heather Bonds, and our attorney, Dana Crosby Collier.
Good evening, Commissioner. Ron Vila, I'm staff of Historic Preservation, and thank you for your attendance this evening. And welcome to the public for tuning in. We'll go through the reading of the minutes. The minutes have been submitted. They're in your packets. If we could get a motion for that, please.
I have a motion.
I approve approval of the minutes.
Second.
I'll second.
All right, we have a second for approval of the minutes. All in favor signify with an aye and raise a hand.
Aye.
All right, motion is approved.
And the minutes that were reviewed were for September 9, 2024. Moving down the agenda items under announcements, we have our publication that we provide to you monthly. It's a more current application that we try to share with the public. It's online as well. It's the Tampa Bricks and Mortar. Here, and then this month we have the George Guida Senior House that we have a little article on. Then down here we have the Morrison House that's 140 years old. That's in the Hyde Park Historic District. And then we talk about the West Tampa Library as well. Also in your packets, we have a workshop that's coming up. It's Tuesday, November 19, 2024. It's the Economic Preservation Workshop. It's held at downtown at 508 East Kennedy Boulevard. It's in the Masonic Lodge. We have a number of speakers that afternoon. I think it's to the benefit of anybody's interested in preservation to kind of attend if they can. And then lastly, we have the staff approvals for the October 2024, and they're in your packets as well. The last item under announcements will be preservation in progress, and we have Heather Bonds that's going to share that with you this afternoon.
Good evening, Heather Bonds, Historic Preservation Specialist. Today I'm presenting on the John F. Germany Library and Auditorium. It's our new and recent historic local landmark. The library was landmarked under 3 of the National Register of Historic Places criteria. I'm going to go through these. The library is located at 900 North Ashley Drive between West Taylor Street and West Cass Street, facing North Ashley Drive. The Hillsborough River is directly to the west. The building opened in 1968 as the Central Library Hub, which became needed for the growing city. Designed by architects McElvey and Genuine with mid-century modern concepts, in 1999 it was named for Judge John Germany, who helped raise funds for the early 1960s construction. The HPC reviewed and recommended it for local landmark status on January 9th, and City Council accepted the recommendation and gave final approval on May 16th. The landmarking is based on 3 of the National Register of Historic Preservation's criteria, meeting criteria A, B, and C. A, as it associated with broad patterns of our history. The library's plan stemmed from the Riverfront Urban Renewal Project of the 1960s and was the first building built as part of that project. B is its association with John Germany. And C, it embodies distinctive characteristics of type, period, and method of construction. It is of a mid-century design. The architects had a contemporary attitude towards this mid-century modern movement. It has broad lines, geometric accents, material use of concrete and Roman travertine, large window expanses, the incorporation of landscape within the plan, and its unique honeycomb feature, which tops the building, creates a brise soleil, which is very indicative of the mid-century modern design time. By meeting this criteria, it was eligible for the landmark status, and that concludes this month's Preservation in Progress.
So at this time, we'll have legal address the board.
Yes, good evening, members. For the conflict of interest item on the agenda, I'd like to ask if any member has a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda this evening. Thank you.
I have
And,
none.
yes?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. And I also would like to inquire if any member has had any ex parte communication with any item related to this agenda this evening.
I have not.
No.
Great, thank you so much.
So under continuations reflected on the agenda, we have 2. One motion will be suffice. We have ARC-24-0000-336 for the address of 1703 West Chaton. This was requested by the agent to continue to the Monday, December 2nd, 2024 public hearing at 5:30 p.m. And then the second motion is ARC-24-0000-312 for the address of 711 North Franklin Street. That was also requested by the agent to continue to the December 2nd, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. If we could get one motion for that, please.
I move that we continue ARC 24-0000-336 at 1703 West Jeton Avenue and ARC 24-0000-3112 at 711 North Franklin to the Monday, December 2, 2024 public hearing at 5:30.
All right, I hear a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your
Aye.
hand.
Aye.
Motion passes.
We are ready for the swear-in. Everybody that wishes to testify, please stand up and raise your right hand, including staff.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony we providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Moving to the first agenda item, which is ARC-24-0000-392. This is for the address of 819 Bayshore Boulevard. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. Property in question is a contributing structure, which dates back to 1919. The zoning is RS 60. The request is for new construction for an addition to the primary structure, rehabilitation to the accessory structure with site improvements. Since this application came forward, I've been speaking with the agent. Through the 2 storms that came through, the accessory structure received some damage. They wish to regroup on that. when he approaches the podium, he's going to ask to redraw a portion of this request for the accessory structure. There will be a motion that is needed for the removal of the accessory structure, and then we could move forward with the primary structure, the addition. Before we go there, I'd like to share with you some photos and some background. This is a Sanborn map from 1929. Property in question is highlighted in the green. You see that it faces Bayshore Boulevard. There is an alley to the rear of the subject site. You have South Boulevard as you go to the west, and you have Inman to the north. This is our vicinity map. Within the red is the local district of Hyde Park. The blue is the national district. We have jurisdiction in what's within the red. Just to show you exactly where this is, within the whole local district. It sits over here to the eastern portion facing Bayshore. Along with that, this is another illustration showing an aerial from above, showing Bayshore Boulevard and the property in question. Moving to within the subject site. This is the front elevation, which is a two-story structure. Vehicular access off of Bayshore Boulevard. You have your apron, the sidewalk, and internal into the private property. This is looking at the front elevation again and how that circulation comes into the site. Just following the vehicular corridor through the porte cochere into the rear. And then just one under the porte cochere as you approach the rear of the property. Going back to the front elevation, and then I'm going to call it the right side. The orientation kind of changes when you're on Bayshore, but just for ease of the approach moving forward. This is the property that is abutting to the right. Going back to the subject site, they have a very generous front lawn. You have the front elevation, the left elevation. The addition will be behind this fencing that's here. This is new construction that came in front of this board that was approved some time ago. Moving to the rear of the subject site. There's a series of 3 photos of the rear. And this is the last photo that I'll share with you this evening. That concludes the photo presentation. At this time, the agent will address the board. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. It's a pleasure to be presenting in front of you today. First of all, we hope the boards and everyone's homes are safe and their families are safe. Through Helene, through Milton, a lot of us have seen a lot of damage. The house you're about to see sustained significant damage. As Ron indicated, the first thing we're going to do today is formally request that the accessory structure be removed from the scope of work. We'll talk about it later in the presentation, but my understanding is I need to at least request that and then let you vote. So it's a formal request.
Okay, do I hear any motion?
I move that we remove the accessory structure for consideration for this evening's presentation.
I second the motion.
Okay, hearing a motion and a second. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Well, then, all in favor, signify, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The owners, Mr. Hedju and Mrs. Exercamp, have engaged Soul Design Studio to represent them on this proposed renovation. We have actually gone in front of you before for another structure, 1019 Rome Avenue in Hyde Park, successfully, and they love the structure. What we're going to propose today is really broken up into now 3 categories. We're going to present a new front circular driveway design. Secondly, we're going to present the main house renovation and back porch addition. And thirdly, the rear yard design revision. As indicated, we did remove, as we requested, and thank you for your approval, the rear accessory structure. We are in the process of evaluating that structurally. There's a lot of damage. Even getting our structural engineer to site has been challenging with the amount of structures that have seen considerably more damage. Our goal is to evaluate it, work with the clients, and then come back to you with a solution once we better understand the nature of what's there, what can be preserved, what may need to be repaired or rebuilt. So it is our intent to come back to you once we better understand the situation. So moving forward, we're going to start with the front drive design. As Ron indicated, we've gone through several meetings. We're going to propose, and we're going to start with just a little. May I go? Oh, thank you. As Ron always so well begins to present the presentation, this is our structure. It happens to be between Inman. There is, as you said, O'Brien behind us, and we are right on Bayshore Boulevard. This is an intriguing site only because of the dynamic of the curve. We're going to ask the owner to come up and speak to a moment, but we have worked with a civil engineer. We've engaged Hendra and Associates to act as our civil engineer to review both the proper design standards for the circular entry drive, but also coordination with the nature of the street, with the speeds and all other aspects of the project. I'm going to give you some, these are panoramics, but this is really the view. So this is the property in question. And as you can see from front, this is kind of the view as you're exiting. One of the points that we're going to talk about today is the fact that with this drive and the speed of traffic, as a lot of us that have lived in here for a long time know, that it is challenging to look down and to address oncoming traffic. So this is your view from there. I've got a couple other views we'd like to present. So this is the adjacent structure. This is our residence behind. They have also requested and been approved a circular drive along this curve. This is the property to the rear, and this is our structure. We have then reached out and to the City of Tampa and requested traffic data to indicate both speeds and casualties as well as accidents that have happened, and we did receive that. It's a little blurry here, we've got some, but we did receive statistics both on speeds, volume. This road does receive significantly more volume than is standard for a standard residential street that you would normally pull into as a driveway. We all know that it's a street that sees a great deal of traffic, just as through road to the restaurants and various other districts in South Tampa. Over the period of time, there have been, it has a high industry, this is from the High Industry Network between the years 2014 to 2018 that we did request from the City of Tampa. There have been 3 fatalities, 21 incapacitations, vehicle accidents of 11, motorcycles, bicycles, and 5 pedestrian accidents that have happened along this drive. At this point, I'd like to just have the owner come up and speak a little bit about his concerns for both his family and his young children, specific to pulling into and exiting this property.
Good evening. I'm not as good as the previous people speaking to you guys. It's quite nerve-wracking to talk to you all, but it's basically, I'm pretty much, I'm very sure that my neighbors had the same issues whenever they were requesting the horseshoe driveway as well, because of the traffic. I'm quite good at backing up, and even for me, in some situations, certain times of the day, it becomes very difficult to get out of there, especially when it's my wife, with myself in the back seat. I usually go outside, excuse me, and try to help her, basically, navigate and direct her out of the driveway to be able to, safely get out of the driveway and go on her way. So that's basically the way the property is positioned. As you could see, it is in the curve, so it's very hard. And unfortunately, Bayshore, I've been policing as much as I can when I see people driving fast, trying to let them know to slow down, since it's, some of the people do 35, instead of 35, 50, 60 miles per hour through Bayshore. So it's quite hard to tell the speed the car is coming, out of the curve. So that's why it's very challenging for us to back out of there. I'm sorry, I was a little bit nervous. Thank you guys for your patience and your attention.
Thank you. We have met with Mr. John Marsh with Urban Planning in the City of Tampa, as well as with our project engineer, Eric Hendra with Hendra and Associates. We have worked with Mr. March to provide the appropriate dimensions. We have provided this in your package. We did work with him specifically on the apron, the radiuses on the turn-ins, the angle of the drive, specifically to try to meet the standards as required to connect to Bayshore. That is submitted in your package. I did also begin to blow up, and I know from your staff report, we did provide dimensions. It is a 12-foot wide drive. We'll get into the presentation on the dynamics, but this is the dimensions of the incoming traffic. So this would be your in the similar aprons, radiuses on the exit path as well to come into the site. So with that, I'm going to go to here. As you pull in, we're going to maintain this continued driveway to the rear of the structure. Again, we have removed the rear structure from the project, but we're still continuing to propose the continuation of the linear drive to the rear yard. So that will be, and then what happens is you begin to turn off of the main into this drive, this U-shaped drive, at which point you can exit Bayshore on a much better angle and a little bit more distance from the curve, and your ability to more properly turn right and get off onto Bayshore and meet the appropriate speeds with the oncoming traffic. We are also working to improve the front. Some of the comments that we're going to go through that we've worked with a landscape architect. Now, I will say that the color coding for the drive is not indicative to the color. It is more to present to you what we are proposing. We will propose the appropriate color palette when we get to that section, but it's more an indicator that's what we are proposing in terms of a paving type of system. The concrete will be maintained as you come in with the concrete sidewalk. We would then switch, as is the existing site. We will be, and I can show you on the site plan, we'll be demoing the existing pavers and putting in new pavers. We'll be changing the color palette as well. We're all proposing to also amplify the front entry. We'll be putting in, there's some trees we'll be relocating, improving. There's a low height wall with a planter bed, as well as relocating some palm trees to the front. Thin trees, short bushes, all again to help with visibility, to make sure that you have adequate view corridors to incoming traffic. We'll be also further amplifying. A lot of the foliage was damaged, as most were with the salt water coming in with the natural landscapes. Intriguing enough, we also had 2 HVAC units float away. That's a first for me, where they actually were buoyant enough to float down the street and detach themselves from the structure themselves. We'll be addressing that further on the meeting as well. Let's go through my notes here. Okay, from here we're going to begin to talk about the structure itself. In your architectural packet, we have provided a site plan. One of the first things we're going to do as we begin to work is obviously demo the front, but we will be slightly modifying the entry. At the entry as it exists now, there's 2 heights of pedestals or alongside of the walkways. On our demolition plan, it is oriented differently. I apologize for that. But you'll notice that there are 2 longer areas here that are, let's say, about 18 inches high, and then it goes up to a more standard pedestal that you'd see on this era of home. We're only removing the smaller one. That is specifically to allow for space for the appropriate turning radiuses for this new circular drive. We will be then maintaining those and painting them. So if we go to our exterior elevations, in your package we've provided on the top your demolition, existing with the demolition, proposed demolition. Below that, we're the proposed elevations, and then we have provided 2 angled renderings of each facade to help you better understand what's proposed. On this particular facade, we're going to start with, there's going to be a new roof. It's currently a shingle roof. What we're proposing is a 5V metal crimp roof, which we believe is period appropriate. From there, we are providing new colors for the facade. We will present those again with a continued color palette. The stoops and the bricks that currently are bright tones of orange and browns, We will be painting the existing brick a white color or the light color of the body of the building to begin to blend it and to change the color palette of the home. The front porch, the entire primary residence had about 6 to 8 inches of water enter the entire, as well as wave action happened against the home. All the historic floors are in the process of being removed and restored. The front porch saw considerable damage. It is buckling. If you did see pictures in the paper, we were one of the homes that did have a jet ski that was not the owner's jet ski parked right next to the front porch. Well, it removed our HVAC units and it parked a jet ski, so I don't know if that was the appropriate value exchange, but they did gain a new jet ski in their front yard. That being said, the front porch was considerably damaged. It was wood. Our proposal is to remove it, to put a new wood floor, consistent with what was there before. It will be a stained floor. The ceiling, we're also going to be removing the ceiling, putting a new tongue and groove ceiling into the proposed structure on the underside, and it will also be, and we'll present that color palette to you shortly. It will be a stained product as well to match the floor. Again, trying to get back to that, to the original aesthetic is what was there prior. In terms of the facade, we're doing very little to the Bay Shore facade or the east facade. The main change is the window right here, as I'm circling on the demolition plan. This is the master bedroom beyond. This is the only window. This is actually a bathroom. This is the only master bedroom window looking out to Bay Shore. For a house of this magnitude, obviously the owners love the view, love Bay Shore, but as well as natural light is not exactly abundant within this particular room, and it being the master bedroom was important. In working with staff, we worked to bring a window that was at similar scale as the window directly below it. We did align it with it, and then begin to work through the just restoring the front facade. Again, it has received water damage. The intent is only to remove what was damaged and replace with new matching with anything that on the primary structure that wasn't our intent to replace, but we would just replace what is damaged with alike. So that is the majority of it. Now, we're going to address the addition more on the side because it's a better view, but as Ron had indicated, we have removed the wall from this view. We have put it in the rendering so you get a perspective of what would be viewed from this, but it is behind a quite lush 6 foot to 6'6" high wall with original beautiful metal iron work that's bedded. All this is existing to remain, and at this point now to be restored. Okay, just again due to flood damage. But you can see that once we remove the wall, you can at least see the proportions of the structure here. We're going to move now to the main south facade. I'm going to actually bring Christian in, who worked with the owners and with the structural engineer on the proposed solution for this particular south facade. Christian.
Christian Savio, part of the design team with Sol. So I'm going to discuss south facade and the wall section. So basically the construction overview for the expansion of the porch and the balcony, which is on the second level to the main bedroom. And as you guys can see, it's very important to try to get a view of Bay Shore. So we went in and did some investigation to make sure that the existing structure on the porch, we could even work with it. And so based on investigation, we did find there was concrete footing, there were piers, the framing was in good condition. So we can, working with the structural engineer, we can definitely work off of what was existing. So sort of working from the bottom all the way to the balcony on the second floor. The existing concrete footing, there will be an expansion to it to accommodate the new addition. Working with the structural engineer, making sure that all the new forces and weights will be met. For our new construction, we have our concrete footing and our masonry foundation wall. That foundation wall will be cladded with a thin brick that will be painted to match what is existing around the perimeter of the home. As we work up, we have pressure-treated framing that can and will be attached to what's existing. As we continue to move up, we have our railing, which is a knee wall, and that will also be cladded with a wood siding that is beveled, that is similar in character to the perimeter of the home. As we continue to move up with the structure, we will have our framing and required beams. The structure, once we get above the beamwork, will be engineered trusses and floor, which is all getting worked out design with the structural engineer. There will be an eyebrow roofing that I will move on to the rendering afterwards so you can see, but the eyebrow that continues from the home, we have it as part of the porch, and that will have the metal roofing that is 5V crimp. As you continue to move up, you find yourself in what is the balcony addition, and that will have a similar knee wall that will also have the wood siding cladding, that is the beveled siding. And we're adding a little bit of detail. There will be some trimming on that cap on top of the balcony. If we look back at the south facade, let me find the best view for you guys. Okay, so I think it was based on staff recommendations. It's very important to try to delineate the difference between the existing and the addition. I think it's very important to respect the existing home and then what we're adding to it. So let me find, here we go. So here's a rendering, here's the addition. And so from the existing home to the addition, we wanted to incorporate a reveal trim between those two elements to try to respect the existing home, differentiate with the existing, I think was very important. So we incorporated that. In addition to the south facade, there was an existing stained window that did not match the rest of the home. So that is the second window that is being changed out for a wood window that includes the muttons on a 2-to-1 ratio. The other element is, let me pull up the existing demo. We had a single French door. We will be putting your double French door coming out into the patio. I think that's it. I'm gonna pass it on to Carlos.
Thank you, Christian. All right, so lastly, we're going to go through the rear yard, and then we'll open up for questions. So as indicated, what you see in the hatched area is the proposed addition. One of the notable things is you actually cannot see, there's a current 2-story, first floor kind of patio, second floor porch. We're really just extending that. You couldn't see it as it stands today because of the nature of the angle and the fact that it is a flush condition. So now you can see, we wanted to make sure that you could see that it does kind of create an extension of that particular patio. Also, after staff comments, as well as we submitted these drawings prior to the multiple hurricanes that we had, this was the existing location of the units when they started. What we're proposing to you today is to move them behind that wall. As indicated, that wall is about between 6 to 6'6". It's heavily foliaged. We are working to preserve that with an arborist, and because a lot of the saltwater intrusion did begin to damage some of the material. But the intent is to put it behind that wall. We also will be working to raise those a little bit to hopefully prevent this from future, as well as tie them down. As well as being behind the wall, it will prevent it from some wave action, although as evidenced from the home, the wave action did come right up the driveway, right to the backyard. As we know, what we like to tell our office, a few things is water always wins. I know all the rest of the architects understand that very well. In this case, it very much did win. So that's one of our proposals. In the landscape plan, we also will be then modifying it. This was what was originally submitted, but after reading the staff recommendations, we will be moving and making a small screening wall from the inside, but we'll be modifying this fire pit to accommodate the 2 HVAC units we intend to move back there. Going to the rest of the property, we will be, one of the changes to the site plan is this rear wall. I'm going to show you the existing condition as it sits today. Today, this is the rear of the property. The existing fence is on a 45-degree angle. This wall here is a site wall that we are proposing to be removed and replaced, as well as some asphalt that is directly adjacent. The proposed change, again, this is rotated just to get everything into your views. This is O'Brien on the rear, is to push this wall backwards to remove and reinstall the historic iron gates, which coincidentally do match the design aesthetic of the round kind of element, both on the entry, the carport, as well as that green wall. Match that and move it just on a more of a perpendicular, and then redesign the rear to incorporate a small pool with a seating area alongside, some foliage around the perimeter. The intent for the additional structure is to be just a small outdoor kitchen, but as indicated before, the second floor will provide the clients with a much better view of Bayshore Boulevard. That is the majority of our presentation. I just have one closing comment, and then we'll open up for questions. We have spent many months reviewing options with the City of Tampa ARC and appreciated the time with Mr. Veal and his staff to work through multiple design options. We believe what we're presenting is sympathetic with the Hyde Park Historic Design Guidelines, and we strongly feel that these renovations and the restoration of the home will both give our clients the opportunity to improve their home, to meet their needs, but also maintain the consistency of the design throughout the Bayshore Boulevard District. We appreciate your time today, and we'll now take any questions that you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. The staff's comments are as follows, that the finding of fact is this application is consistent with the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. We reviewed the plans on September 18, 2024. Moving to the site concerns that we have, I'm going to focus on the circular drive. I wanted to share with you the Hyde Park Design Guidelines on page 96. It starts with, it talks about paving, driveways, and curbing. Driveways may be modified where necessary. It must meet transportation standards as well as the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. The forms of the paving within the Hyde Park Historic District are the sidewalks, the walkways, and the sidewalk, the walkways, and the driveways were always concrete. Today you have a request, you see what's out there, and I'll share some pictures with you. They have some brick pavers that are out there that are not historically correct. They're modifying the driveway. I think that's up for discussion to see if you could bring it more in line with the linear aspect from Bayshore Boulevard through the apron, the sidewalk, and into the private property, and then the leg that they're talking about for some of the challenges that they have because they're on their special corridor. On page 97 of the guidelines, it speaks on what's permissible to maintain the original sidewalks, driveways, and curbing where possible. That's where I think the reintroduction of a period appropriate material from that linear approach would be more important, discussed this evening, and to use the materials in a way that relates back to what's historically correct. I wanted to share with you a couple of photos. This is the abutting house to the right side of the subject site. There's a circular drive there. This came in front of a prior ARC. You see the linear approach here, and then they bent it around here. They had the same concerns that they shared at that time with that board. This was reviewed and approved as part of a renovation to a period home. The abutting structure to the left is new construction that was reviewed by a prior ARC, and as part of that review, this drive was reviewed and approved as part of that project moving forward as well. So I wanted to show some past history of the review process and what the board has come up with, that linear approach as it comes into the property. Also on the site plan, there was a discussion about fences and gates. When we look at fences, we look at the location as indicated on the site plan. We look at the materials, we look at the height, and we look at the design. So that's something for further discussion this evening. All hardscape, we saw some images of the driveway in the front, but around the pool area, I think there's open for discussion about some of the hardscape around there. And then the location of the mechanicals and the generator, I think they showed that. They showed the mechanicals, I don't know if that included a generator as well. Moving to the primary structure. Clean up the drawings for presentation purposes. There was some discussion as far as the muttons that they're going to apply to the 1/1 windows to bring some interest. I'll have the agent address that in a little bit more detail. And then the one window that they're modifying in the primary structure in the master bedroom, the proportions, the height and the width matches the one that's stacked right below it as well. So if they're gonna modify it, we pulled off reference from the primary house. To touch upon the changes for the roof, if a shingle roof is gonna be changed, you could always go back to a shingle roof. If you're gonna modify it to a metal roof, a standing seam would be inappropriate for a period home. A corrugated metal would be inappropriate for a period house of this structure, of this size. What I believe is appropriate, and through the research that we've done, is a 5 recrimp roof. So that's the direction we provided him. Along with some of the modifications that the agent spoke about, he talked about incorporating a color scheme into the project. This board does not review colors, but since he talked about coloring brick, if it's historic brick, you should never deface the brick. You see the crawl space underneath. I wanted to show that all the crawl space and what I witnessed on site had all been painted. And as staff's position is that when they came in and did the driveway, they also extended these welcome walls. These are atypical coming out. The welcome walls would have been here. And then all the brickwork coming up is not period appropriate as well. So all that brick is not of the period that dates back to the early 1900s. So if there's any alteration in color, staff's position now and in the past, that it can be altered and painted. Hopefully I addressed all the concerns. I'll be here to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ron. Now's the time for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak for or against this project? Okay, seeing no one, we will move on to questions from the commissioners, and we'll start on my right.
Are you aware of exactly how much of this building is actually original to the site?
No, we found no real drawings of the structure. We do know through the investigation we've done, there have been many different renovations throughout its history. But to find a definable line was very challenging without going through and significantly altering the exterior siding. So we are not aware of what was original to it.
Okay. In other words, there's no evidence that presents itself.
No, sir.
Yeah.
None that we could find.
It does seem to be, it does appear to have had a great many additions to it.
It does. And a few of the things, as we indicated, of removal were additions like the stained glass, as we indicated, on the rear that was very inappropriate.
And why are you adding the muttons to make the existing windows 2/1?
The house on this street is a beautiful location, but the house is a demure palette. The intent for the Muntin was to bring a little more period typical details to it. Mr. Vila caught me quite wisely in the fact that I did not present the material board. And if I may actually answer your question by showing you a few things. If I may transition.
Sure.
Thank you. The color palette, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Vila, is a lighter tone palette. The intent is to create some of the details in the home to begin to be the pop. The proposed color is a Sherwin-Williams Snowbound, a little darker white for the trim, and then what we're going to talk about is that tricorn detail. The intent is to use the Muntins, the windows, the hardware, the light fixtures to really create an architectural facade with some emphasis and some pop, because you're getting that contrasting kind of feel on the facade. It is a more muted palette, a more demure facade that we're trying to bring some interest to.
But you're still showing us the 1/1.
On the elevations, get my glasses on the proposed that we presented, this what was existing, and this is what we're proposing in terms of the addition of the Muntins on the facades. So on some of the standard 1/1 windows, we are proposing going to a 2/1. On the larger windows, to keep a proportional balance, we would like to do a 3/1. And then, which, again, as you can see, the rhythm with some of these smaller windows is trying to create a rhythmic detail pattern along that front facade. As well as with, again, bringing the addition of the 5E metal roof brings some detail to the roof and some articulation.
So the new large window,
Yes, sir, right here.
the window below it, which is an existing window,
Yes,
is a 1/1 as well, right?
that is correct.
Okay,
This is the existing facade, yes, sir.
yeah. Okay, no further questions,
Thank you.
Go through, I've wrote a bunch of notes here. You brought up a fact that there's an existing iron wall to the left in front of this new addition. At least I thought that's what the,
Yes, sir.
okay, so, all right, I just
here.
was looking, and that's remaining,
That's correct. That's existing to remain.
okay. Is there, do you think you have the ability to use actual brick wrap on the foundations, the new foundations, rather than thin brick? The aesthetic, I personally find the aesthetic to be different, and it's hard to match real brick with thin brick aesthetic. Is it a possibility that you can consider, that foundation sliding, that
Growing,
those
as you know, it would involve just pushing the foundation back so that the brick isn't proud of the
Right,
facade.
right.
Which would involve moving that beam structure back. It's something that we can look at, we can work with staff. One of the things about that is we would begin to paint it because some of the foundations existing are painted, which would begin to blend that aesthetic a little bit. And it's not viewable from the street at this time. It is behind that green wall. So we thought that just
Okay.
due to the nature of that particular foundation, our intent
Okay.
was to blend it.
Okay. Do you have a detail of what you called out to be a revealed trim between the original siding and the new?
Yes, sir.
And
Like a
is-
section, like a plan detail?
I'm just curious what you actually mean by
Sure.
that.
There will be a-
Usually they're an applied board
Correct.
that's proud of the siding.
That's correct. It will be part of the siding. It will be fastened to one side to allow it to move a little bit. We could add a detail. Once we go to construction documents with your approval, we would do a plan section of that. But as we've done before, there would be a board fastened rigidly to one side. It would then span it to allow some some movement between the structure, and it would be proud of the siding, that's correct.
Okay, so it'd be in front, it's not a reveal,
Correct, it's more of a, correct, it's more of a trim board, let's call it.
okay.
That's correct, more of a trim board in front of the facade, proud of it.
So there'd be an expansion there, but no expansion in the eyebrow. The eyebrow
No
looks
expansion in the
continuous.
eyebrow. That is something that we'll work with our structure engineer once we get further into the construction, but the intent is no, to have that be a continuous element.
Okay,
It is attached to the facade. We don't expect it to be as much, it will move with both buildings, as you indicated, but we believe we can pick that up kind of in the connection of the two.
okay. Would you consider that, is that flush, that addition is flush with the rear wall?
Yes, sir. It will, so it's currently, this is the current condition,
Right,
that it's, and what we're doing is we're matching these two conditions in a flush nature, and it just continues out. It just so happens on the other side, this wall dies into the side, and it flushes as well. So that's why it's really difficult to see from the street at this time, because it is a flush condition.
okay. Would you consider that this addition of the porch, the siding, I understand it's all, there's no corner boards, it's all beveled, you know, at all the corners. Would you consider a slightly different dimension of exposure to that siding to make it clear that it's an addition and not a part of the original house? And I know we just discussed how many changes and additions and renovations. and
Correct.
It's probably, you don't even know what's original.
We have not been able to find any, you're correct, yes.
So I'm going to withdraw that comment, that question.
Well, if I
because
could,
I
you
don't
made a
think
good
it's even,
point.
huh?
You made a very good point, because one of the conditions that we would like to talk about is that we are going to continue the mitered corner.
Oh, yeah.
That is a beautiful detail, and we would like to bring it to this particular corner. We'll be adding it to the front as well,
Yeah.
to kind of bring that nature. We have actually looked at multiple siding patterns. With this kind of tight formation, it can look, I'm not gonna say varying, but it's distinctly different when you go with a bigger board next to a small board. We did run test facades, and it got very busy with the lines not aligning very articulately. So we kind of went with the idea of the board, and the fact that it's proud on the Bay Shore side. It really is the joint between the home and the new addition that doesn't need a trim board, because it is a new condition.
On the back side.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
and I understand that, and I think, that's why I'm going to withdraw my comment, and I don't think it's that critical at this particular stage, because there's no determination of what's original and
Yes, sir.
what's not original. For all these applied mullions, are you rebuilding the windows?
No, sir, we would, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you building the windows to continue, so that they maintain actual true divided capacity?
No, the intent is to apply to both front and back, and applied with the same trim nature. We would have it crafted to match kind of the profile of the perimeter of the window, and then applied to both sides so it would appear. Most windows today, as you know, most of them are applied muntins within, but no, we would keep the
Not in
original
historic
windows.
districts.
Not in the historic district, you're right, when provided new. But we would try to apply it to both sides to create that vernacular.
Okay. And going to the driveway question,
sir.
could you pull up you had in your presentation, or do we have photos of the adjacent driveways that were approved?
Yes, I have some, and so does Mr. Avila. So this is the house directly north of ours. This is a historic renovated house with a new drive.
Right, can you zoom in on that at all, so we can see
Yes, sir.
what it is, what it looks like? I take it these are just Google Earth images?
No, these are our photographs. We took some
Okay.
panoramic photographs to get as much in as possible.
All right. So they
Oh, no, I
are,
apologize, these are Google. I take that back. These are absolutely Google. I thought staff went out there and took pictures. You are correct.
so these are all scored concrete, solid driveways,
Yes, sir.
and that's what was approved. How about the one on the other side of your house?
This is the new construction. south.
Right, but the driveway
Correct.
is still scored solid concrete
That's correct.
and not pavers,
Yes, sir.
okay? Do you know if you have any pervious, impervious calculations or problems?
No, we do not. We will work with our civil engineer to provide, but at this time, we do not have any impervious problems. We have plenty of area to meet the
Okay.
required numbers.
Okay. Because would you be opposed to having all these, having this driveway and the roundabout be scored concrete to match historic patterns and to match both driveways to either side of you?
Staff had brought that to our attention. So we had brought a sample of the paver that we would propose. We did pick a vernacular that is very concrete in its nature. As we had indicated, our house is a bit on the blander side, and with this type of paver, it does add a level of interest. So this is our proposed solution. Again, we were made aware of the historic nature of the concrete. We are willing to work with staff to find accommodation. We've even discussed creating concrete ribbon drive that would come up that is historically appropriate. The challenge there that we talk about is to have that continue along the historic length to the rear of the accessory structure. And then these would be, as you see, with a similar palette with the concrete. These would be filled in between that ribbon drive and would then incorporate into the circular drive. So we wanted to bring it and have a discussion with the commissioners, because you can see what we've removed is very bright. I think we'd all agree that it was not an appropriate installation for the color palette and such. So this is kind of where we were proposing in our design solution.
So you're saying you would not be opposed to running ribbons around the circle as well as all the way back, and then infill around that with the pavers?
I think it was, and again, we would have to meet with our clients, and we can definitely work with staff on this, but it would be to provide the ribbons along the straight component from
Only the
front
straight opponent.
all the way to the rear. It
Not
would
the
be
remaining.
a challenging transition, and the goal would be to make it look rather seamless, is to then transition to the pavers for the new proposed. Obviously, the sidewalk and the apron would all remain concrete as up and down the streets, but that is an option that we did review.
And how far, I saw on your site plan, how far in does that,
I can bring that up
does
for
it
you.
go to the property line? Does it go to the,
So let me actually use our civil plan here. So it would come in, and then we could take that type of apron, and again, we would consult it with our clients to get their approval, but we could look at bringing in that apron to the street, and then we would transition here, because the pavers would be on the side of the drive. We could use those to transition the pavers for the remainder of the curved drive, so it kind of blends in with the movement of the drive, the proposed
where's the
drive.
right-of-way line on this site plan, on this civil site plan?
The right-of-way line.
It's the dashed, I think it's the heavy dashed
I
line?
believe
to
it's, this is
that
the
heavy
property,
dashed line?
this is our wave action, this is one of our,
Yeah, so I
property
think
this
the
is our FEMA
right-of-way,
flood zone line. I believe it's right in here.
and can I ask a quick question of staff? Would it be appropriate to condition that the traditional concrete, scored concrete, continue to the edge of the right-of-way? From the right-of-way to the roadway? And then allow a transition to a paver system?
My direction would be, in this particular situation, that the apron be scored appropriately in concrete. Usually the apron has a cross in it. It's not that width. Then you get to the sidewalk. Is there a sidewalk here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the sidewalk is linear. The sidewalk will be uninterrupted.
Correct.
Okay. Then from the private property back into the parcel, the linear from the existing apron forward into the property through the porte cochere, that should have ribbons, and if you want to put an alternative material in between with the bricks, you can. That has been approved by this board. That is what's historically correct. When you get to the bend in front of the house and as it exits back out to Bay Shore, in staff's opinion, I believe it should be a different material so it doesn't confuse what's historic with what's not historic. You can't put a ribbon in that bend. That shouldn't have, any kind of different materials. In staff's opinion, once again, that is a new treatment. That should take on a different material. We try to soften the blow with colors, although we don't control colors, but I think in a particular situation, when you're introducing something in the front yard, I think it's appropriate to talk about it and maybe put a condition on it. And then as you exit back out, when you get to the sidewalk, what is towards the Bayshore side of the sidewalk should be another concrete apron that is scored appropriately.
Only from the sidewalk to the street,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yeah.
So once past the sidewalk, even though it's still within the right-of-way,
Well, I don't know where that property line is at. I'm saying the sidewalk is the property line, the backside of the sidewalk.
well, that's what I was asking, where exactly
I can't tell on this.
the right-of-way is.
This is the property line, can you see? Yes.
Yeah,
This right here, this is a property line.
Well,
And this
then
site plan does not
everything, not to interrupt you, but everything towards the Bayshore side should be concrete at that point.
right, and the sidewalk isn't even shown on this civil plan. Correct?
One more time?
The sidewalk is not shown in this civil
I
plan.
don't see the sidewalk. Yeah, that's why I'm having difficulty in that.
I apologize, let me do it too. There we go.
So what does this division of the concrete to the paver, where does that line fall in an actual civil plan?
So we can have our civil plan updated to show the site walk that has not shown, it should be on there, so we apologize for that. But we can meet with the client and continue that apron to that line, and it be concrete, the scored concrete. And then the apron, or the strips be after that, the apron strips be poured after that.
Okay, I would agree with that.
Keep in mind, we're still in the question phase here.
Yes, yeah, no, I know, okay. I don't have any other questions, and I'm sorry I ran on so long.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. Do you have a site plan of the existing conditions
Yes, ma'am.
of the driveway?
We did not extend it that far.
What is the width of that?
Of this drive here?
No, so that's leading you all the way back. That piece.
That's correct.
Marked with the, if you can expand it, the piece that veers to the left, like an inlet to the
This little
steps.
piece here,
Yes.
it narrows, as you can see, it's an angular kind of walkway that's meant to connect the front stairs to the linear drive. It varies from 9 foot to, I think it gets out to maybe 11, 12 on an angle, because one side's flat, and as you can see, there's a taper to the other side and a curve.
So when you go to the image of it,
The photo,
the photo,
Yes.
yes, sorry. I'm just curious if, under current conditions, is that the ability to, as you exit, and I understand the challenge of backing out that long driveway and out into Bayshore, is it ever experienced backing into that piece to then be,
very
create
tight. Yes,
a
ma'am.
forward motion exit?
You're
It's
saying if you were to
feasible.
come in and kind of try
Yeah,
to,
you're backing out, so instead of continuing the backing motion out to Bayshore, you back into that.
it's a very tight, it's very tight. It's, one of the things is the proposed U-shape is only intended to be a 1-car, not a 2-car stack. This is a similar, it's about 12 foot wide, so it's a
Yeah.
1-car kind of drive. And that is, as you can see a little bit here, it is a very tight, the intent was more for you to stop, open your doors, exit, walk, take a right, and then you're up the stairs. That was its original intent.
So it's 12 feet at its widest, then it narrows
Yeah, and it
to
tapers
9.
down to like 9-ish.
But your plan is obviously expanding it to the full width of 12.
Yes,
feet.
ma'am.
Okay, and then what's going on in the back in terms of parking? You have a fully accessible alley, you're showing some cars back there. What's,
Yes, ma'am. So this wall, go back to, so this is the existing conditions. This is the existing fence line, this is the accessory structure. The existing gate that we'll be relocating, a brick masonry wall, and then another masonry wall that connects to a side masonry wall.
right, but what are you doing in terms of
We're pushing this
parking?
backwards into this demolished area where we're removing asphalt. Currently, it's used as an expanded pull-in area, parking area on the rear street. The intent is to remove that as that type of use and to expand that area into a rear yard and the pool area.
So your rendering though shows a vehicle parked there. Am I,
Which one? Let me see.
sorry, not.
This
right
this
there.
is the vehicle within the accessory structure that we're no longer presenting.
Right, so, but they're, just relative to what you're planning out front, your accessory structure is accessible from the alley
Yes, ma'am.
for parking?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's an alternative area to pull in and pull out?
That's
and
correct.
Have more forward-facing motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
No. So, thank you. This was the original, what we were going to come to you with, because we met with the Department of Transportation, and we do not have a proper legal garage door. So we were going to propose, and we may come back to you at this point once we learn more about the existing structure. But to your point, we were going to propose a much more appropriate and code compliant entrance into the rear accessory structure.
Well, like much of the.
Like many of the
district,
structures up and down,
there's a
that's
lot
correct.
of-
It's
but-
consistent.
Right, but what I'm saying is, much of the district is out of compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Historically. and
Yes, ma'am.
So, but as you stand now, there is accommodation for parking there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple. If you could zoom out, I guess, on this site plan. You talked about the AC units, where you're gonna put those.
Yes, sir.
Pool equipment, is there a generator? Where's all that stuff?
There is no generator. There's 2 HVAC condensers, and there's some other pool equipment that will all go into this new area in the back. It had originally lived in the front, and we are proposing to move it all behind. Let me go to this site plan. The goal is to move all of this equipment, relocate it, and put it behind the existing masonry wall.
So the pool equipment for the
Yes, sir.
proposed pool is gonna be there?
The pool equipment, for the pool, this is the HVAC equipment.
Yeah, right, okay.
Yes.
So where's
The pool equipment will be going back here.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, let's see. You're not coming to us today for the accessory structure, I understand that, and I understand pushing the pool back. Are you creating any access issues? The garage doors, is that gonna create a problem for you when you come back to us?
We've actually Civil has run turning radiuses with multiple vehicles, and we believe we can make the appropriate turning radiuses. And we will
Okay.
present that to you when we present. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. And there is an existing gate under the porte-cochere, is that right?
Under the existing porte-cochere, yes,
Okay.
right here.
So you're not
It is a
adding-
similar language with the round detail that we are preserving both at the rear, and what you saw is like that picture window through the
Okay.
landscaped wall.
So besides the modification to the rear wall that you've talked about, there is no other modification to walls or additions of fences or gates or anything like that?
That is correct. This
Okay.
is the extent of the wall modification.
Got it. Okay, let's see, we talked about that. All right, so up on the driveway, you've got a double line. What does that represent? Is that a curb? It's
This
on-
one here,
No, just on the front, the turnaround, the loop there. You've got
this.
it- Yep,
Kind of a concrete apron to begin to hold the pavers in place.
so it's
More
a
just
curb?
like a curb, yes, just to maintain the paver rigidity.
Okay, because you had that brick little stem wall.
Yes,
I don't
there
know
is
if
a
it's
stem
still
wall there
there,
as well, so, our civil engineer, the reason he's not here presenting today is he received severe, hurricane damage and no longer has his office, so our drawings are a little bit, not updated to the current design. The intent is to create this structure for construction document purposes and for your approval. It will match the landscape design, he just wasn't able to get them done for this meeting.
So I'm glad you brought this up.
Yes, sir.
This sidewalk is not right. It's not accurately shown on this drawing.
This is a sketch, correct. We're gonna have it updated appropriately to the civil
Because
plans.
that sidewalk is,
That's correct.
yeah, okay. So let's talk about the pavement materials. We're
Mhm.
kind of going over the place, and what we don't want to do is steer you in a direction that no one's happy with. In that last conversation, you could very easily have a bunch of brick inlays and it look very odd and not historic. So, I guess my question is your client open to discussing with staff a historic solution that may not include pavers in the front?
We will have to meet with our client as well. They are present, but we have not had a chance to discuss with them. But understanding that the staff comments came back and Ron made us aware of these, they are willing to work with staff to find an appropriate solution, yes.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. And then the new window that's being brought in, we've talked about the muttons, but all that new window and the door, that's all wood? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we did not talk about light fixtures. I saw on one of your materials boards, you had a
We
couple
did.
light fixtures. Where are those going?
Zoom out. So these are light fixtures. They'll be replacing the existing fixtures on the front porch. We're actually, the base of design is the visual comfort fresco gas lantern wall sconce on the front facade. Matte black to match the tricorn detail for the accents.
Is it currently gas or no?
Is not.
Okay.
It is not. The other is the kind of ceiling mounted as you're accustomed to versus a sconce, a matching fixture within the same series. And then on the rear, we would propose to go to just a standard fixture that matches but has just a standard light fixture, just a light bulbed fixture.
Okay.
We also are proposing a ceiling fan to replace the fan that's there. It will be, again, just a simple fan to replace it with the same metal detail to match the tricorn detail color.
Okay, good enough. Those are all my questions. One last question. Commissioners, any follow-up questions? Okay, not seeing any. You have,
May I put something in the record, please? Can you
Please.
put the second pane up? We had a lot of discussion with transportation as far as the parking goes here. The colored rendering you just had.
Oh, you want the colored?
Yeah,
Yes.
where-
There you go.
So there is a current area behind the existing pool that has some parking here. With this modification, transportation was not comfortable that they meet any setback requirements off of O'Brien, which is a street. This accessory structure does not have a door here now. We're not reviewing the accessory structure, so there is no access into this outbuilding here now. There is a door, a vehicular door that faces the alley, but it doesn't have the dimensional requirement that transportation is looking for. So this door is obsolete. So as you look in the back for the parking, transportation has not reviewed any modification and approval moving forward. So I would say that this area back here, if you're looking to displace any cars back here, it needs to go through a transportation review, and the preliminary discussion we have, they just don't have the dimensions without a variance.
understood.
Since you stood up,
Sure.
I'm going to ask one question. Transportation has approved the circular drive.
In the past, they have. The two that are budding have been reviewed and approved by transportation, have received COs, and they're out there currently.
Right, but this one has not been approved yet?
This one has been under review. Transportation would be here if they have any comments. They're not here this evening.
Okay, thank
The
you.
information that I received, it could move forward as presented.
Sorry, you stood up. So what you're saying then is the position of the swimming pool and some of those other features are impeding what would otherwise be possible for rear parking.
There's an existing condition now that there's parking there, but I don't know if that's been reviewed and approved. By this project moving forward, today's codes must be met. So he's modified this, he's moved the pool back, and he's moved that wall back to encompass more of his property. You know, that's his right if he wants to use his property in that way. But if it alters something else, then that's what the review we're gonna have this evening.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
May I address that question as well?
Please.
The intent of the client is to not use that rear for parking as it is currently stated. The intent is to recapture it for use of the yard. So we have plenty of linear access along that long drive for parking. That is the intended use for that.
And you stand by the fact that this loop driveway meets code and satisfies parking requirements?
Yes, sir. Once we present it, we will provide you the appropriate turning radiuses from Civil.
Great, thank you. All right, seeing no more questions, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
No further comments. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close the public hearing portion and begin with discussions.
I am not confident that we can modify these historic windows by adding the muntin. And in the last sentence, in maintaining quality within the district, many modest buildings represent quality in their carefully executed design and detail. And this is a really modest building. And there are, on that front elevation, there are two things that I think would bother a strict constructionist, historic preservation architect. No, there's really only one, and it's that window. The enlarging the window and then adding the muntins. I have now two, okay? And I understand the desire to make that window a little bit larger, and I personally am willing to overlook the fact that they are replacing an existing window that is modest with a larger window so they can see Bayshore better. But the whole thing about adding the muntins is just, I don't think it's going to work, number one. And I feel that we should condition whatever we do to say that, you know, no muntins, but you can do the window. That's where I stand right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Prokow?
Well, on the, yeah, it's on the windows. So what, and you may have talked about it, Ron, but what's your position? What's staff's position on that?
Is it in the staff report? Let's double check. I don't see it called out.
Yeah, it's on the second.
Is it?
It's here, it just says discuss the introduction of the muntins to the existing windows.
I think Commissioner Hammonds is asking for staff's recommendation in regards to that. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
You can ask to reopen the hearing to ask them
Yeah,
that
that's
question.
what we're going to do.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and can we reopen?
Yeah, just a motion to reopen.
Okay. Commissioner Hammond, you want to make a
Yeah,
comment?
yeah, I move that we reopen the hearing.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion to reopen the hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Good evening, Ron Vila, staff for Historic Preservation. Staff's professional opinion is that we're gonna look for references on the structure to see if it takes on the characteristics of a craftsman-style home. The 3/1 pattern is very craftsman. I believe the agent was gonna provide additional information. Personally, I don't feel that the window should be altered. The 1/1 windows are very period appropriate. It's kind of vanilla. When we don't know where to go, we go to a 1/1 that's always appropriate. Now, if this was a dedicated style home with a vernacular of the windows relating back to that style of the home, I would say yes, but this isn't telling us that. So the windows should remain.
Any other questions for Ron while we have this open?
No.
Okay. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing and continue on the discussion. So if you've got an answer you want to,
No, that was it. I mean, I just was curious why the muntins were being added, really. I mean, I didn't see any compelling reason to do that.
so with that being said, are you, is your thought process is that it would, to follow Commissioner Myers, that it's
Yes.
not appropriate?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna switch gears a little bit, unless anyone else wants to comment on the windows. If not, I appreciate what's being done here, particularly given all the damage that was done to the home. It looks like a lovely plan. Maybe not surprising, I am opposed to the circular drive. And I'll comment why. Bayshore Boulevard Greenway is a public asset. It's a benefit to the general public, to drivers, pedestrians, visitors, and to introduce yet another curb cut along that boulevard, in my opinion, is not appropriate. I think it's being done as an amenity to the property where there could be alternative methods to account for forward movement vehicles via the rear. And it's taking public right-of-way for private use, which contradicts public policy. And I'm aware that it's to the left and it's to the right and it's all along the Bayshore Boulevard, but I think part of our mission is to not continue to proliferate where there is inconsistency with the historic nature, and that would be another example of this. So I think it destroys the historic fiber of the street, and it does so for the private benefit of this one homeowner, sacrificing the continued greenway and effect for the general public. So I'd be opposed to the project because it has that aspect. I'm not opposed to any other elements of the project, but so long as they're seeking this circular drive with the introduction of the curb cut, I would not be, I'll be opposing the project. In the follow-up discussion, if there was consideration to widen that sort of pull-off area, that would introduce a safe ability for someone to come down that back driveway, make that sort of pull-off, and then straighten the vehicle out to make forward access out onto Bayshore. I'd be open to just expanding some use of that generous front yard to make that safe maneuver, but I'm opposed to an additional cut through the greenway and the public space.
It's interesting you pointed out expanding that little sliver, because this expands that sliver. As a plan, this round, a roundabout driveway, removes those extended welcome walls and widens that portion of the driveway. And I could honestly see that driveway and the portion that comes out in front of the front porch could be accomplished without the additional connection to Bayshore and not looping it around. And exactly as you said, using that as a parking space and then back into the driveway and pull out forward.
Okay.
Well, I would tell you, I appreciate the comment about the second curb cut. I think we gotta be careful on, Bayshore Boulevard corridor is slightly different than Hyde Park Historic. It is a different environment, and especially on this curve, this is dangerous pulling out on this curve. It's a challenge. And yes, you could make a 3-point turn, but as a homeowner with multiple cars in the driveway, it's challenging because you're always gonna have somebody behind you when you're trying to do what you're doing. So I think in practice and on paper it works, but this is a generous lot. I think it can handle it, and I do think it's appropriate, especially for this part of Bayshore. I just think this is a difficult part. Maybe if this was the long stretch, maybe further down on Bayshore, maybe not, but I'm empathetic to the safety issue here.
No, and I understand, and I won't, we can probably agree to disagree, and I'll just make one last comment about it, that it does appear it's a very open and useful alleyway, and it appears that there is opportunity to use the alleyway to accommodate parking and continued forward movement street parking, but by pushing the pool back, and they're consuming that space. So again, the consideration is for the benefit of the private homeowner, getting as much of their backyard as possible, but the public then has to give up the greenway and the curb. So there's a lot going on here that benefits this private homeowner at the sacrifice of the public's use of that pedestrian greenway.
I'm also a little concerned that we don't really have accurate drawings, that we don't have an accurate site plan.
Well,
We
this
don't
is
know where
definitely
we don't know where the sidewalk is. We don't know where, in this drawing, this is like a flowery, landscape plan. We don't know where the property line is. We don't know where the right of way is. We don't know where the sidewalk is, and the civil plans don't show all that. I think that would be, it'd be helpful to have accurate, you know, and we understand every one of us has got consultants or friends that lost the business and lost the house throughout the hurricane, and they're totally out of whack, you know, from a production standpoint. I just think that, you know, we need accurate drawings. We're approving something. We don't even, we can't identify what we're approving because the drawings don't represent what the client is telling us they want to do.
I agree. Those are all the only comments I have.
Did you have concerns, second floor porch connection, anything of that nature?
No, I mean, obviously, you know, an addition should be subservient to the addition, to the main building and not necessarily flush, but I understand it's a continuation of an existing porch back there. And as long as there's a delineation, I don't think we have a problem with it being subservient. No, I really don't have a problem with that little addition back there.
It is a lot and a half, so it is an abnormally wide
Piece of property.
piece of property that we have, and so pulling that porch out to allow better, you know, a better view of Bay Shore and the bay seems like a reasonable thing. And the circular drive is a difficult question, particularly when the two neighbors, when the neighbor on either side has a circular drive that was approved at one time. I think that we would benefit a great deal from seeing a proposal that was accurately drawn.
Do you feel like it's gonna hinder your making a decision accurately? I mean, I look at this and I agree. It's, for whatever reason, the layer's turned off, whatever it is, the sidewalk's not on there. But at the same time, I look at Google Earth and I get an understanding, the intent of what's trying to be done, plus or minus 2 feet.
So the,
We probably ought to get this one off, because this is not right.
okay,
Right. Oh, the other one isn't right either because it doesn't have a sidewalk. You know, the civil drawing doesn't even show where the sidewalk is. And it doesn't show the adjacent sidewalk connections.
Well, generally speaking, that sidewalk is gonna be right at the property line. So I think that is a safe assumption. When you look at Google Earth, I think the sidewalk is right at the property line.
Can we bring up, well, I don't know who's running this, but can we bring up the actual Google Earth image?
No, well, actually, that drawing does, if you really zoom in on it, it does show, you know, faint line of the existing wall that's there,
Okay.
I think,
and calls out the
Zoom in.
sidewalk. It just doesn't show.
Okay, so the double line is the wall.
Yeah, I mean, if you move it down a little, down more towards so that you can see where it says sidewalk.
Pan
I
down.
think the chair's
some more.
question, if I may, is that would a more accurate depiction change anyone's opinion? And it's unlikely it would change mine in terms of the opposition to it, and to comment on the fact that, yes, the neighbors have it and many others along the Bay Shore do, but I think the notion of whatever drivers were presented to that, at that time, and who was representing, if anyone, the public policy perspective, may have been absent or just have a different perspective. I see this as a proliferation, and continuing here, you know, what is the determination as to when it's taking the public interests for private benefit? Does everyone on Bay Shore get to come in and have a circular driveway if the property permits it? I just see it as when there are alternatives to the continuous drive and the cut into the public space, that should be the preferred approach.
No, that's a point well taken. And again, keep in mind, we're looking at project specific. So this is not a situation where we're granting approval, carte blanche. I contend that this is appropriate because of the specific, safety issues with Bayshore Boulevard at this location. And to Commissioner Meyer's point, it's a very wide lot, it can handle it. And also keep in mind, there are transportation requirements, of certain distance requirements to make this work, and they're not asking for a variance for that, because it does meet that requirement. My other concern really on the driveway is materials, but I feel like staff can work with the applicant if they are so, moved to make it at least an historic material layout. Any other discussion, or are we close?
Well, my opinion is that I'm sympathetic to the, for the safety concerns, like you are in this curve, and agree with you that, if it were on a straightway and the sightlines were a little better, I would possibly think differently about it.
All right, well, I guess my conditions would be that, that they work with staff on the amount of scored concrete to the right-of-way line and how that is detailed. And then the pavers beyond, they work with staff on finalizing that detail. And that the applied mullions are not appropriate. And that would be a condition.
Did you also want to add the detail for the overlap trim board?
I don't think that's a condition. I think as long as they have some sort of separation there between new and existing, that clarifies the point.
Okay.
I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 2400000392 for the property at 819 Bayshore Boulevard, Tampa, Florida 33606, with the following conditions: that that the scored concrete apron and driveway continue until the property line, and then the applicant work with staff on the driveway pattern on the private property outside of the right-of-way, and that the applied mullions to historic windows not be accomplished. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is otherwise consistent with the Hyde Park Historic Design Guidelines and Chapter 27 of the City of Tampa ordinances.
Okay, there's a motion.
I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a second. And before we discuss, does the applicant understand the conditions?
We do.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Are we ready for a vote? Okay, so we've got a motion with conditions. All in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Heather Bonds, Historic Preservation Specialist. Next case tonight is ARC 24-0000247, 1305 Bayshore Boulevard. This is a request for a certificate of appropriateness for new construction of a front porch addition and site improvements. I'll now present the photo presentation. The subject property is located in the Hyde Park Historic District along Bayshore Boulevard, mid-block between South Orleans Avenue and South Willow Avenue. This is the aerial and the 1929 Sanborn map The lot was vacant at that time, and you can see a pattern of front porches along Bayshore Boulevard and within the historic district, which is what we're going to be focusing on tonight, this request. Here is the subject property. It is a non-contributing structure built in 1982. Though non-contributing, the structure is a great example of an infill project that is respectful of the massing and scale and styling of the surrounding historic structures. It has a modern styling indicative of the neo-French style, which is characteristically has steeply pitched hip roofs, are 1 to 2 stories, have high symmetry with doors and windows with round or segmented arches, and there's commonly windows that break the cornice line. The eclecticism is due to that it is often does not follow the previous French prototypes of their pre-1940s predecessors. In keeping with the style, this structure has corner coins, a central round window, and keystone moldings above the windows. Additional views of the architectural details. This is the rear of the property, the garage to the rear. From the alley looking towards the subject property. This is the lot and structure to the west. The property to the east. Looking east on Bayshore Boulevard. And looking west. And I'll now welcome the applicant to present their proposal to the board. Introduce yourself.
Thanks, Heather. Hi, board. Thanks for having me here today. My name is David Rose. I'm a physician. I'm a stroke doctor at Tampa General Hospital. I was recruited to come down to Tampa in 2011 from University of Pennsylvania. I'm from Philadelphia originally. My wife and I love Tampa, and we were more than thrilled to purchase this stunning property on Bayshore Boulevard just a few years ago after living just a little bit further south in Bayshore. Beautiful. I have to be near the hospital just in case of emergencies. I take care of mostly stroke patients in the neuro ICU. I also teach at the University of South Florida. I'm a professor there at the School of Medicine. So, when we got this house, we really wanted to have some space out front for the kids to frolic. We are the proud parents of triplets who are 7 years old. And they like to throw frisbee and run around, and we have a very generous front yard as well as the previous applicant. And one of the problems is that we have a beautiful porch, as was just shown, but no protection from the sun or the elements. So I found online a pergologist, someone who does pergolas for a living. And he's designed a beautiful project for us, which I will share with you today. Introduce you a little bit to my family, the rationale for the pergola for our house, which is, as was mentioned, is built in 1982. We want to reduce heat and sun exposure. Right now, it's unbearable out front, and it's unusable during daytime hours. There is a marble slab that reflects the light. It's white, and so you come outside for just a few seconds or minutes, and it's just, the whole porch is unusable right now. So we have the kids, and we want to sit out there and watch the kids, supervise outside. We'd like to entertain for festivals and birthdays, but we can't do that right now. So, in sympathy with the Hyde Park Historic Conservation, we wanted to build something that was specifically congruent with French Provincial style, which is the exact style of this home. And I've provided here in this PowerPoint examples and expert opinions with actually a signed letter to Heather from someone who is an expert in this arena. I also want to highlight our very long application process, which we started back in April of 2024. I don't know if this is standard or atypical, but we've had multiple requests and redos from Ron Vila, May, June, July, August, September, and October. Now November was basically moved because of the hurricane. We understand that, but The issue is we've had multiple new requests. It was like the goalpost kept moving and moving and moving further and further down the line for us to go back to our architects. And I have here really to show you exactly all the different times that we had to redo things for him specifically. Anyway, these are the kids. This is what we're here for. These are the kids who were requesting it. It's not me, it's them. This is during Gasparilla. This is their school uniforms. This is during Halloween. They're cuties. They're my little chickens. The thing is that these pictures are all taken either very early or very late. We can't use the front porch at all during regular time period. And so, and I didn't even mention my parents, their grandparents, they cannot go outside. They get dizzy. It's too hot. It's too sunny. Tampa's a very beautiful place, but it's hot and sunny, not just in the summertime, but year long. And there's just too much sun exposure in the front of the house. This is the application process. As you can see here, this is actually a screenshot from the website. We submitted this initial site plan in April 22nd of this year, and then of course we had to include and upload the builder acknowledgement forms, the NOC, which was notarized of course, and the final application. So May 8th was when everything was set, and then we got a couple of comments from Ron, which we addressed also the very next day, May 9th. So that was the first revision. Then, as you can see here, we had more requests on June 4th for updated site plans, and then some items that he said were missing. No problem, we included that. Then on June 14th, more revisions, more requests, more updated site plans. Then a whole bunch more of requests, so we had to go back to our architects and our engineers, certified engineers, who said, wow, this is really exceptional for a pergola. We'll go ahead and do it, but I don't know why. So we wanted to include, we wanted to be good citizens and include all this stuff. So and finally in August, we got all the paperwork back together, resubmitted for a 5th revision, and then the 6th revision with the material palette, which wasn't appropriate, and then we made it appropriate for Ron. And then another site plan in August 23rd, another pergola rendering on August 23rd, and then August 28th, a 9th revision, finally for another. We thought, okay, finally, after all these months, we would be okay. But nope, so we got a phone call. We said, what is the issue? And there were 6 new items that Ron requested that we had to, so that's why we're here today. You know what, let's just go ahead and expedite the case to the ARC. So that's what we did. And we have all this stuff for a pergola. It's a simple structure. Go in front of the house, it's a pergola. You can call it what you want, but it is a pergola. We have a pergolaologist here. He's going to explain to you the foundation plan, the roof framing plan, post-foundation details, front elevation plan, site elevation. I'm a simple brain doctor. I am not an architect, but I got all the right people here to do that, and hopefully we'll be able to convince you here today. So I'll hand it over to Dean.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time, allowing us to present this. As you can see, the detailed drawings are here. It's not something new to you guys. You can all read these quite explicitly. So you can see we are attached to the existing building using standard code. The footers are standard code. We decided that we did not want to disrupt the nice travertine porch. Oh, and I might add, this is not a porch addition. This would be an alteration. The porch is existing. We're not adding any further footprint. So there's no additional impervious substrates or anything like that to take into consideration. It's just simply a cover. The cover would be built with pressure treated wood, of course, as it is standard for that area with the new FEMA regulations. And again, everything was done with a structural engineer that approved everything. He's done many for me. To keep in step with the design of the home, we decided to put this archway in there. As you can see in the house, it has an archway over the doorway. So we didn't want to spoil that look. We were really looking for a way to, what can we do? So I was like, well, we'll just split the roof open, put a little archway over that so that you can see that beautiful front door. The cover does not impede any windows or any views from inside or outside. That would be not acceptable to him. And then to go back to the posts are placed to the outside of the patio to not obstruct the beautiful travertine pavers and take away some of the footprint there on that porch. Not only that, structurally and for hurricane resistance, it's best to go to grade for sure and not have something that's far above grade in my engineer's opinion. Here again, you can see how it's attached to the house, to the existing structure. So it's pretty straightforward. I don't know much more to state. We have all of our elevations. Some of the revisions were due to we didn't have our proper elevations on there, so we went back and fixed that. We understand that's all got to be on there. Here's, an elementary drawing of what it will look like on the house. And if I may come to this neat little thing you have here, if you can see this, hold on. This is an example of a pergola that I've done on a historic house in St. Petersburg. We always use a decorative rafter end cut. You can't see that? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know. Oh, there you go. So you can see we do decorative ends on our rafters, and this one was dyed to match the house. We would be dyeing or staining the wood white to match their house. So it's a pretty standard process. One of the requests or denials that came from staff was that the 5V roof would not be in step with the historic district, and lo and behold, we hear that that was a suggestion from staff to the last project. So that made me feel well that I think the 5V roofing is actually acceptable and that we should be able to build this. I have nothing more to say other than that. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
So with the remaining time, I'd like to just address the 6 new queries that were proposed. The first one, as I highlighted here, is that the linear form does not break, creating a heavily massed feature. Our response is that the linear form does break in the exact middle as described by Dean here in the center with the arch over the door, and there's no evidence of a heavily massed feature. Number 2, there was concern that the query is that it's not consistent with the relationship of the front of other buildings along the block. Structures along the block of Bayshore Boulevard have prominent porches or balconies. There is not a similar design along the street or block. The project's inconsistent with the guideline. Our response is correct. There is not a similar design along the street or block because there is a beautiful variety of house facades and types. These ranges, as you all know, include Spanish and Italian, neoclassical, New England, colonial, bungalow, glass, modern. You saw the one right next door to us. It looks like it's something out of, 2001 Space Odyssey. So there's a whole variety of different styles here, and that's the beauty of it. It's eclectic. And there is no exact other French provincial style house to compare or use as an example. Nevertheless, this still represents the quintessential essence of Bayshore Boulevard, and we believe strongly that it's preserved by preserving the style of the house as a French provincial style pergola and not a craftsman style pergola or IKEA style utilitarian project, but rather incorporating the congruent and appropriate French elements. And my wife and family felt that it's important for us to choose options that complement our house's architectural style and color scheme, and that's why we wanted to create this cohesive design scheme. And I went to the literature, right? That's what I do as a doc. I go to the evidence. And here we see multiple examples in French architectural magazines that show pergolas that have posts outside of the actual porch itself. So here's one. Here's a second outside of the actual porch, outside of the stone in this one, outside of the wood in the first one, and in this one it's just stunning, just gorgeous. As you can see, the pergola way outside, at least a foot outside of with a stone there as well, and that's congruent with our proposal. Query 3, painted wood and 5E crimp metal materials, you know, of the proposed entry pergola are inconsistent to maintaining the materials used for porches and entryways. Again, a new query. I wish this was suggested back in April or May or June or July or August, but it's a new query, and I think Dean answered that. This is not a porch. This is a pergola. It's painted reinforced wood, larger than required, and 5E crimp metal materials, which are consistent. And here's the material palette. I'll leave this up for a couple of moments if you want to take a look at all these. We selected materials to complement the house, to last a long time in our local climate and withstand weather conditions. We're not scrimping on this. This is going to be a stunningly beautiful pergola. That's our plan, and it's useful. Next query, the details of the design of the entry pergola are not compatible with the historic buildings along the block and therefore inconsistent with the guideline. Again, a new query, but we don't agree. The pergola is compatible with the facade and the house as a provincial style building. I've shown examples from magazines from France, from our French architecture magazine. There are many examples of this in the region. If you go to France, in the south of France, if you go to Marseille, if you go to Nice, this is what the homes look like with pergolas in the front. And if you look at the rest of Bayshore, you see that, again, this eclectic, beautiful mix. There are porches, there are all different types of entries and facades. I mean, you can see no two houses look alike. Next, number 5, the facade proportions or width will not be altered. The first floor windows will be obscured from the right-of-way by this design. I don't know what to say except incorrect. The facade proportions or width will not be altered. I agree with that, but the first floor windows, which are 8 feet, will not be obscured with the right-of-way by the design, which is 12 feet high. And so it's going to go right below the French balconies and right above the windows. You'll see the coining on the side. You will see the windows. You will see the keystone and the arch. Everything will be seen from the front, from the sides as well. And last query, the pergola obscures the arched windows, coins, chimney, we talked about that. Other porches within the district incorporate similar details, materials, and patterns, we talked about that. The last part of query 6 is the pergola design is not found within the front facade on any other structure on Bayshore Boulevard. Also, no other porch design on the block has columns or posts that extend beyond the porch foundation. So our response is, first, there's only one arch window, not multiple arch windows. Secondly, the one arch window will not be obscured. We kind of talked about this already. The third, the pergola will not obscure the coins, trim details, arch door entry. These will be visible for 10 plus feet above and side view. And then whether other porches within the district incorporate patterns on the primary structure really is not really relevant, because this is not a porch or balcony, this is a pergola. So that doesn't really correlate. And then lastly, regarding posts that extend beyond the porch foundation, like we said, there is precedent for this in the photos for the French provincial style architecture from the magazines. But also, someone had mentioned earlier about the Secretary of the Interior standard for rehabilitation. Now, I did not look this up. This was from an expert opinion. And these are the standards. I'll read them briefly. Number 1, most properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired historic significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved. Number 2, distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship that characterize a historic property shall be preserved. Number 3, new additions and adjacent or new or related new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, which potentially this could be, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. And that's what we're trying to say here. So I hired Mr. Leibowitz, who works in the field of historic preservation and adaptive reuse and compatible new construction for 25 years. He couldn't be here tonight, but he wrote a beautiful letter to Heather and the committee, which I don't know if you've provided them, but I have it on the next slide. He's received multiple awards, including the Historic Architecture Review Board Award, and was recognized for contributions and achievements in the field of historic preservation. of single-family, multifamily, academic, and commercial building renovations. He is a president of a nonprofit affordable housing corporation that provides affordable units in multiple configurations while preserving historic housing stock and historic streetscapes. Here's his letter to Heather and the committee. And there's just a few items that I'd like to bring up. The scope of the project. Dr. Rose and Ms. Sephora Rose have proposed a modest pergola over their elevated front porch to provide shading and cooling. Without this modification, the outdoor space and the adjacent interior rooms are too hot for use during the day. Both have elderly parents who assist in providing childcare to their 3 young children. The value of encouraging children to play and be supervised outside in their front lawn is probably beyond the purview of this review, but it's worth noting that active front porches and the use of front yards provides a benefit to our streetscapes and neighborhoods, promotes community and safety. Also, cooler outside spaces promote individual health and well-being and environmental sustainability. Regarding the Secretary of Interior standards, the suggestion that the porch columns sit on the porch, which is what Ron had suggested just now, not way back in April, May, June, July, or August, September, instead of on the ground, immediately below the porch, would seemingly violate all 3 of the Secretary of the Interior standards. It would require the demolition, excavation of the existing porch, which is marble, the foundation, the front wall, which is most visible from the street of the porch, and the existing marble surface. The decorative wrought iron railing would be lost or would need such significant reworking as to alter it beyond recognition. Most significantly, such modifications to the porch railing would violate the principle that modifications, if removed in the future, would leave the historic property unimpaired. By comparison, the construction needed to place the columns in the front of the porch, which is what Dean has proposed and I have totally supported, as envisioned by us, will preserve the marble patio and the railings. And then Mr. Leibowitz's summary and recommendations is, this is my last slide, the pergola as envisioned by the homeowners is entirely compatible with the architecture and appearance of the home and the streetscape. The posts envisioned by the homeowners are intended to terminate ahead of the porch and railing within the landscaping, thus eliminating the need for fancy footings or decorative elements that usually adorn the base of the columns. The extension of the column length makes the column width appear more diminutive. By comparison, a shorter column on the same plane of the railing would be incompatible with the current architectural scheme. Shorter columns that emerge from the plane of the railing or from just behind the railing would give a craftsman-style appearance to the porch structure, which is incompatible with the provincial architecture of the house. Indeed, in the region of France from which this house has been designed, exist many pergola structures on elevated porches with posts that extend beyond the porch. In summary, the separation of the architectural elements is the purest means of historic preservation and historically compatible alteration. It's my professional opinion that Dr. Rose and Ms. Sephora Rose should be commended for their efforts to advocate for a historically compatible plan for their pergola. Thank you so much for your time.
Go ahead and present my staff report. First, we reviewed the application is complete. Staff found that all items were uploaded to Acela and the application is considered complete. To clarify the comments about multiple uploads, most of those were the application agent affidavit, the proof of noticing when it became a board review, and one set of plans was uploaded 3 times when we opened up each of those plans. One set, I think, whether it was a glitch on the computer's part or applicant's part, it was uploaded 3 times. We did find it complete. Once we received all the required documents for review, we did ask for plans with additional details, as the plans that were originally submitted lacked the typical elevation measurements and details, and also made suggestions to conform better with the Hyde Park design standards so that we could potentially review this at the administrative level. Typically, a pergola or porch cover on a non-contributing structure would go through the administrative review, but the level of details provided to us and the requests to give us those details were not provided, and we did not feel comfortable with the level of details to review it at the administrative level, which is why we are here today. We tried to work with them with some ideas to bring it to that review level, but unfortunately it was elevated to the board review. Also, for record and clarification, the Secretary of Interior Standards has 4 sets of standards for different treatments of structures. Typically, the standards for rehabilitation are for contributing structures. The appropriate set of Secretary of Interior treatments for this would be under new construction, because this is a newer structure and it's non-contributing. So that is the correct set of standards to apply to this project. We also use the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. That is codified as our review standards. These are not queries or new suggestions that were brought to the applicant. We ask all applicants to review the Hyde Park Design Guidelines or whichever district guidelines they were working within prior to applying to their boards. So these are the guidelines that I'll be reviewing today as part of our assessment. And I will go through each of the Hyde Park Design Guideline criteria. We did find it's consistent with scale and alignment. We found it inconsistent with massing and building form. The massing interrupts the current pattern of solids and voids created by the balconies and fenestration by creating a full facade with projection. The linear form does not break, creating a heavily massed feature. We also found it inconsistent with orientation and site coverage. The pergola extends beyond the porch by 2 feet. The orientation of the pergola, traditionally reserved for rear yards, is not consistent with the relationship of the front of other buildings along the block. Structures along the block of Bayshore Boulevard have prominent porches or balconies. There is not a similar design along the street or block. The main guideline that we've applied is maintaining materials within the historic district. We did find that inconsistent. This is in regard to the pattern of materials used for porches and entryways in Hyde Park, specifically on Bayshore Boulevard. The painted wood and 5E crimp metal materials of the proposed entry pergola are inconsistent to maintaining the materials used for porches and entryways. Similarly, this applies to the trim and details with the historic buildings along the block. The standard for facade proportions and window patterns states that the facade proportions or width will not be altered. The first floor windows will be obscured from the right-of-way by this design and therefore inconsistent. By obscuring the windows, this also applies to the inconsistent assessment of the rhythm of solid and voids. The Hyde Park Design Guidelines also specifically address entrances and porch projections. Again, our assessment is that the pergola obscures the arched windows, quoins, trim details, and arched door entry. Other porches within the district incorporate similar details and materials and patterns found on the primary structure. The pergola design is not found within the front facade on any other structure on Bayshore Boulevard. Also, no other porch design on the block has columns or posts that extend beyond the porch foundation. Thus, it is inconsistent with this standard. For roof forms, the 5E flat roof, which is not shown on the proposed elevations, is not consistent with the shingle roof on the primary structure. Here is the proposed layout, which shows that it does extend 2 feet off the existing terrace. As mentioned, we identified the style as Neo-French, based on Virginia McAllister's A Field Guide to American Houses, one of our main sources for style identification, which includes a chapter on American architectural design since the 1940s. The Neo-Eclectic chapter focuses on styles popular in the 1970s and 1980s, which is when this was built. McAllister states that Neo-French was among the most popular designs in the 1980s. As seen in this example, the most characteristic feature is the hip roof and the dormers or windows, which typically break the cornice line. Again, this is a non-contributing structure, but it remains a great example of an appropriate new construction in terms of massing and scale and style. Note that the examples in McAllister's book does not include a porch cover with a different porch roof material as proposed. The terrace, as originally designed, is the most appropriate. However, being eclectic, other design variants are found within the style. Staff's concern is the potential damage and removal and obscuring of the details that this structure has to make the compatible with the massing and style to the district, specifically how the porch cover will affect the arch keystone window moldings and how they tuck just under the balconies. It'd be very tight to get that 5E crimp roof and posts between the balcony and the keystone feature. These details are what define the structure as Neo-French, and a porch cover addition should be sensitively designed as to not obscure or damage these features. This is from another angle to show how tightly those balconies are over the arched features. This is the elevation that was provided to us for our review. Staff proposed some consideration of alternative design options that could be more consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. Those include designing a more engaged porch with reference to the existing porches on Bayshore Boulevard, provide historic reference for that connecting arch feature. We weren't sure exactly how that would translate. Eliminate the 5E crimp over the pergola roof, which it's not even shown on the plan. Considered a freestanding pergola or provide a more sensitive attachment to the primary structure. That way it could be removed without any permanent damage. Consider providing more detailing on the columns at the head and the base. That's more typical in architecture, especially here on Bayshore Boulevard. Avoid conflicts and removal of the architectural features on the structure. Basically, don't damage what's there. The pergola columns should be located on the porch deck and not currently as proposed. And narrow the pergola to align with the outer posts with the space between the open shutter and the coins and the inner posts in between the open shutter and the lantern. So narrow it to each side so that none of the architectural features are obscured. These are some examples of the neighboring properties. The two directly to the east, I believe all three were built around the same time, all in that Neo-French design. You can see there's just variations between the three there. You can see the one here on the right has a more elaborate engaged double balcony system. And the house directly to the west, which is a more modernistic porch, modernistic design, does have an outside porch with posts onto the patio. More designs on Bayshore Boulevard. Some just simply have a terrace, which is what they currently have. The one in the upper left has a terrace and a porch design, a double balcony design with its terrace. The only pergola I could find on Bayshore Boulevard is here, and it is to the side of the house because pergolas are typically either freestanding to the side or to the rear. You don't usually see pergolas on the front of structures. I did find examples, though, of pergolas on the front of the structure. This is a non-contributing structure, but you can see how this is separated. It does not obscure any of the architectural features, and it blends well with the existing architecture. And the posts are within the patio as well. This is another pergola on the front facade. It has columns with a high quality. You see these nice, large, tapered columns, and the pergola rests on top of them. It complements the prairie style that is shown here. These examples are also along Bayshore Boulevard to provide a typical pattern of the elaborate or more grand entrances that you see on Bayshore Boulevard. These typify the district. You have the mission style, again, the engaged porch there has a typical mission curved roof to go with the primary roof. The two Mediterranean revival styles have the barrel tile roofs to match their style. And then the Craftsman Prairie that you see here has more of the wide, girthier porch that is indicative of the Prairie style, which is defined by horizontality. Overall, staff has been willing to work with the applicant to find an appropriate solution to provide shade to their porch. Their options range from the least impactful, which would be to plant shade trees, or to go more elaborate to fit with the Bayshore Boulevard standard. Staff does not oppose finding an option to provide shade. However, what has been provided to staff does not articulate the proposal's details and the minor requests staff has offered as a compromise, such as moving the post to the porch, removing the central arch, and not permanently installing the pergola to the structure, the primary facade. These solutions would have allowed staff to approve it at an administrative level. Together with the fact that the materials in the design are not consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines, staff found the proposal inconsistent. And I'm here to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak for or against this project? Okay, seeing no one, we will begin with commissioners' questions. I would like to say I sense your frustration. This is never a quick process. And we are, as a board, we advocate for projects to successfully be built. But with that being said, this is a detailed business we're in, and we have to have information that we can make decisions on. So I'm sure there will be plenty of questions for you, because some of the information I looked at, it was hard to make a decision. So, and to make an informed decision. So with that being said, we'll start on my right, Commissioner Myers.
I'll speak to the owner because you seem to be the driver here.
He is.
And what's the, well, the first contractor, please, what is it? It's a 4x4 post that you want to use? Is it
Originally, we were on the plans going to use a 4x6, but we decided to go with the 6x6s for more aesthetic, beefier look.
Okay. Mr. Rose, Dr. Rose. So your professional determination is that the 6x6 is somehow French provincial and is entirely appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes, listen, I'm leaving it to the experts. I hired a pergolaologist here. I am a simple brain doctor. I can tell you, about the different territories of strokes and these types of things, but I leave this up to the experts. I also hire an expert, as I mentioned, to help with these things. But if you're asking my opinion, yes, I think that looks beautiful.
I'll take your doctor's opinion under consideration. Thank you.
Sure.
I don't have any other questions.
Am I next? Yes. Exactly why did you hire a pergologist and not a historic architect?
Well, he's worked at historic places as well. So as he mentioned, he has built pergolas in historic facilities and historic locations, like in Old St. Pete. So I figured this would be a merge of both of those. And then to be extra sure, I hired the expert who does this, for a living and also concurs with that. So I figured we were covering all of our bases by having both of these folks here.
Okay, so the expert you're referring to is the one who wrote the letter, who has a degree in law and an MBA, correct?
He's also, as I mentioned, won a lot of historic awards for preservation as the president of that society that I mentioned as well, for Historic Preservation Society. So he has an MD and I believe he said an MBA, that sounds right. I'm sorry, a JD and an MBA, but also has a lot of experience, over 25 years or something like that in historic preservation.
But no actual education or qualifications?
I can't speak, I wish he would be able to speak to that here tonight. He's not available to come, but I can certainly provide a CV if you'd like that.
If I may, Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office. The person that wrote the letter is not here, so he's not available to answer your questions as to his credentials or his expertise.
Right, but we're dealing with a
So he can't
letter.
really be, yes, and I would deal with that letter as public comment and opinion, because you're not able to cross-examine the expert as to his level of expertise and knowledge.
But the expert is being brought in front of us, the expertise of that person is being brought in front of us
So-
as someone who advised the client.
I understand, but we're unable, as a board, you're unable to cross-examine that person or qualify them as an expert. So therefore, I would consider that like any other letter from the public as a public comment. You've heard.
As opposed to an expert.
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Normally one hires an architect that has historic preservation experience when one is altering a building in a historic district. Did you consider that?
I did not consider this altering the building. The facade is going to be completely unchanged. I just wanted to build a simple pergola so me and my folks, my elderly parents, can get some protection from the sun while we're watching the kids out front.
Totally understand the reason behind that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, this building is in a historic district. It's not a historic building.
Correct.
There's nothing historic
Is it
about this
required,
building
sir?
whatsoever. What?
Is it required to hire such an architect?
No, it's not. I'm explaining, I'm asking a
Making
question.
sure.
But
Then it's pretty much irrelevant.
a lot of your presentation included stating that, in France, we do this all the time, and we put pergolas in front of, historic French buildings all the time. This building is in Tampa, correct?
Yes, to clarify, that's not what I said. I haven't been myself taking pictures. These were from magazines that were French architecture magazines that I provided that show examples of exactly what we had proposed in terms of a
Right.
pergola with the actual posts a foot or two outside of the actual,
Understood.
So this is where that came from. But
Did
I
you-
can't
did
say
you-
that I actually, took those pictures myself or anything like that.
Right, okay. Did you consult with the Hyde Park guidelines, design guidelines?
Yes, we were provided with them. We looked at them, absolutely.
Okay. Did you review all the front porches of all the adjacent houses up and down the street, or other houses in the district?
Yes, we did.
That's what those historic guidelines are about.
Yes.
Is this neighborhood.
Correct.
It's not doing something that's accomplishing something that is done in France, in French architecture
I
magazines.
totally understood, and to comment on that specifically, we just wanted to be congruent. And I think that's also part of the guidelines, that it matches with what, we don't want to put up a structure that's incongruent with the style of the house as well.
Agreed,
So
totally
that-
agree,
that
totally
was
agree.
the
It has
rationale.
to be, do you agree that it not only has to be congruent with the style of the house, but it has to be congruent with the district?
Absolutely.
And the guidelines of the district?
Absolutely.
And putting a 4x4 or 6x6 pressure-treated post and 5V crimp roof on a porch facing Bay Shore is not compatible with your house. It's not compatible with the immediately adjacent properties on your block. Do you think it does?
Yes. But,
Okay.
again, I'm leaving this to the experts. If several experts are telling me that.
Well, you continue to quote your expert, but there's no expert here. There's a pergola guy and not a historic preservation expert or historic design here, are there?
I mean, I would reject that claim. You know, his reputation is impeccable, and he has several buildings that he's built pergolas and houses in historic districts. So it's not like he was plucked out of thin air to do this project.
On the front of historic properties or in the rear of historic properties?
She even referenced one that had a pergola on the front of the house.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Built completely differently than the one you've proposed,
I wouldn't
correct?
say completely different. The rafter ends were cut exactly as the ones that I use.
If I may,
Design.
we got a determination that the letter is not an expert letter, it's from the public. We have a contractor, we have the owner. Let's move forward with more questions.
Do you have an elevation of the house with the pergola attached to it? Drawn, accurately drawn?
Define elevation.
The front, it shows the
front-
house with the pergola.
A drawing of the house, not a photograph of the house with white stripes put on it in.
Can you put up the
In
elevation?
the structural drawings, it's on there. It shows.
Can you put
the
up-
elevation.
Can you
Structural
put up a
drawing, please.
drawing of the front of the elevation
Would
of
you let
the
me please, Connie?
pergola in front of the house?
Let's go to the, just read the structural drawings. Okay, so.
I think it's one more. There you
Where's the house?
So, okay, I see what you're saying. The patio is not drawn into that, but you should be able to
Imagine.
understand that.
We're supposed to imagine what it looks like in front of the house?
I wouldn't say imagine, I would say use reason.
How do we know where these porch columns fall in relationship to all the elements on the main house?
I drew an elementary drawing, and that's where they stand. That's where they would go.
That's,
It's also measured and this, in the setbacks.
go back, can you please go back to the detailed drawings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the detailed drawings, especially on the bottom, the section shows a drop-dead flat roof, correct?
I believe.
That's a side
so.
elevation, that, those roof joists are drop-dead flat. There's no slope in two of them. The arch pieces that are being shown look like two pieces of cut-out plywood, right?
They would be two pieces of cut-out plywood.
With no bracing between them or anything
No,
else
there
like
would be
that?
bracing in there.
Okay,
That's-
but that's not shown in the drawings.
That is on one of the drawings, and it's not in the presentation, but it
Now,
is in
keep
the,
this here.
it is in
Ellen.
the
go back.
actual permit.
Can you go back to the original, or to the photograph that you were just showing with the white lines drawn on it?
Yeah.
This shows a pergola with a massive slope to the pergola structure. At least from my eyesight, that's what it looks like. It looks like it's sloped from the house forward. But in fact, your design, what I'm saying is we do not know what this looks like in front of this house. We just don't. There's not enough information here for us to say this pergola is compatible with that house. And we honestly, I can say with the, I guess I'll reserve that for commentary, but the, you know, a 6x6 raw piece of painted wood and a 5E crimp, flat, absolute flat roof with no slope, no drainage design, no nothing, is completely incompatible with the French, neo-French architecture of this house, and I don't believe, in my opinion, I guess I'm supposed to be asking questions. How does the roof drain? How does the pergola drain?
Yeah, we would have to make, I guess we'd have to go back and make a revision and put like a 12-1 pitch on that. That would be simple to do, a very small pitch. And when I say one, I mean 1 inch, not 1 foot.
And
That way
no-
we can keep, we don't, you're right, I did that so that you could see like where the rafters are. Yeah, I'm not an architect, our budget didn't allow us to do such things. Our budget didn't also allow us to get really fancy columns either. However, there's plenty of porches that are along Bay Shore that use 4x4s, and they have no sheathing or any type of decorative covering around them. That is for sure.
Next door neighbors.
Yes. But yeah, mistake there with not putting a pitch on the roof, you're correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Pope?
That would definitely need a revision.
Great, thank you. Good evening, thanks for the presentation. I just want to note for the record, Dr. Rose is employed at USF. I'm also employed at USF, but we don't know each other or have any correlation. I
Nice to
wasn't
meet you for the
aware.
first time.
There you
Yes.
go, go Bulls.
That's right.
Only question I have, and I'm not an architect either, but was curious, and I think my colleagues have asked pretty extensively, how this element attaches to the structure, both the primary structure and then the decorative elements
So here,
at the corners.
this wall here is the existing wall of the house and
Okay.
the existing footer. And there would be a 2x6, I believe,
Okay.
header that would be attached to the house with the proper tapcons.
I think
When
you
you
have a
go back-
detail of that, right?
It is in the details,
Yeah,
and
when-
it's in the actual application.
When you go back to the rendering, if you will.
My elementary
so
drawing.
It's attaching that same way into those decorative.
Yeah,
white-
and then where the keystones are there, or whatever you call them, we would stop the header,
Go around.
and that way that would be spaced around that. And then the roofing would come right above the keystones and below the decorative sconce thingies below the balcony.
Okay, thank you.
To clarify where the roof would sit in there. And as, you know, the mandate dictates, we're trying to save all of those architectural details so that you can still see that. That was the whole idea of putting that arch there and separating the pergola roof and not putting anything in the center so you can see the wonderful doorway there.
Great.
That should not be obstructed in any way, shape, or form.
No other questions, thanks.
Perfect. Commissioner Hamel?
No questions.
Okay, I believe it was on the staff report, the photo, you had a close-up photo on the porch that looked up at the facade. Perfect. And you know, is the other one closer that gives us a better look? The one right below it, yeah. Yeah, that's good enough. All right. So I guess this will be for the contractor. So the window door right in front of us, so you have the ornamental feature there. And you just said it was a 2x6 header board. So show me there where your cursor is, where that 5.5 inches is going to go, where that wood's going to go.
From here and slip right underneath here to
So-
here.
So what is that dimension between that shutter, that open shutter, and that lower?
But here, it's almost a foot.
That's almost a foot, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand where we're coming from?
Yes, 100%. And I wish that we would had the budget to provide such a drawing.
Well,
And I understand that's not your problem.
that's really not my problem.
I
And-
understand.
And the issue is, we want you to get a product that you're gonna be happy with, that you can enjoy with your family. It's a beautiful porch. My concern is you were going to downgrade that porch. This is not in keeping with what's going on. So my question is, have you looked at other materials? I see a lot of metal here. Pergolas can be made out of metal and they can be decorative and much lighter. Did you explore that?
To be like out of aluminum?
No, I mean, it could be aluminum too.
Like, you mean the structure
But
instead
black,
of
the
wood?
structure, absolutely.
Oh, I think it would look more like a
That's
trailer
not my
park.
question. My question is, did you look into it?
Absolutely, we concerned all that, and our major input was we didn't want it to look like a trailer park, pardon the term, but
Okay.
let's
So now let's go back.
I think aluminum looks far, definitely not standing in the lines of historical, because
Well,
historically,
I'm looking at
they're
the
not
railings.
using aluminum
I'm looking at the railings
structures.
here. The railings, are they trailer?
That's wrought iron.
Okay, is that trailer park? Is that what that says?
That's
to
wrought
it?
iron, that's not aluminum.
Oh, then let's go back and let's say wrought iron. Did you look at a different material that could be used that would be in keeping with this? And you're saying, let's get away from aluminum. Have you considered wrought iron that would be in keeping with what you have, which is also very French, and that's why it works. Have you explored that?
No, I think that having seen his work in person and online with the wood structures that he's created, they're stunning, they're beautiful. And I feel like a lot of what we're talking about today is negating the fact of what an artist he is. And I've seen it in person, it's phenomenal. I think that a wrought iron concept, while it would be matchy-matchy with the railing there, really would do a disservice to the whole idea of a concept of a pergola, which in general, as you've seen from the photographs from the French provincial, not neoclassical, not neo-French, French provincial style, it has that look with wood mostly that goes across and then down. I feel like that would look beautiful as well as his other artistic creations. I also, to answer your other question, I explored the idea of solar. We are neighbors with Tampa Bay solar owner, and we have reached out to him about potentially just putting a solar panel porch to cover the front of the roof as well. But the cost of that is over $100,000. So he's absolutely right. I don't have the budget for that. I'm a USF professor. Yes, I'm a physician, but I also have a mortgage and 3 kids. So there's a lot of things that accompany this. So I don't have that unlimited budget to create this project. And the number that he suggested for me, it did fit within our budget. So that absolutely is correct. We did have structural engineers and an expert. You may not think is an expert, but for all intents and purposes is an expert, as well as a person who specifically, mostly if not only does pergolas, come in and weigh in their opinions
Fair
here.
enough, I'll take your word for it. Let's go back to that sketch that you drew the white lines on it, on the front.
It's on the other,
My question comes is it's hard for me to determine from your elevation and that little sketch, the
And that's what I
corner,
was hoping I
is the
could convey
corner
here.
detail, where does it end? Like here, it goes all the way to the actual edge of the house. Is that the intent? Or is it gonna stop short?
let me see. No, the intent is for the roof to cover the entire porch,
So all the way,
all the way to the corner,
Except for the arch in the middle, of course.
except for the arch.
except for the arch.
And the header would be staggered off of that to go over that, what do you call the corner pieces there?
Okay.
The coin.
The edges.
And then the material for this covered porch, there was a design decision to make to have it differentiated from the existing shingle roof. That's why you went with a 5 feet trim.
Yeah, I
Was
mean.
was it a budget issue? What was the
No,
design
we
decision?
thought that the 5E white aluminum would not only reflect the heat, but also provide a nice aesthetic. It was our thoughts.
Yeah, and to add on to that, we wanted a full cover as opposed to the slats, which would still allow a fair amount of heat and sun.
I believe he's talking about doing a shingle roof to match the
Oh,
shingle.
as opposed to roof
Yeah,
versus
I'm
not
just
a roof,
asking, right,
okay,
right, right.
yeah.
And in this, the center is open, right?
Yes.
Correct.
The center is open.
Correct.
Okay.
And we want to preserve that arch window. And to be clear, that's the only window that's arched. There was mentioned by Heather and others that there are other arch windows. There are no other arch windows there.
Okay.
And as you can see by the simple drawing, none of the windows are obscured.
Okay. And then the 2 feet front of the porch, why 2 feet? Is that to,
To provide more shade,
okay, all right.
You know, we're facing southeast.
that was the whole intention, was to get the roof past the patio so that in the early mornings, we're getting a little more shade onto the patio there.
Okay. Okay, those are the questions I have. Any Commissioners, any other questions? All right, applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
I think we rebutted in our conversations. I'm pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I mean, where you all are coming from, and I took as great as pains as I could to try to get the right folks in front of me. You know, it's like when you go see a neurologist, you don't want someone who does a general neurologist, you want a specific epileptologist or vascular neurologist, so forth. That's what I've been trying to do with all good faith. To your question, Mr. Myers, about getting the right folks in front of this, because that's not my expertise, but I do know the difference between looking professional and congruent versus looking trailer park, as he said, which we don't want to do. Having seen his work personally, I actually went to one of his buildings, his homes where he installed a pergola. It was stunning, and that's why I hired him. I gave him a check immediately. They made all this design. He got an architect. He got it without an architect, but he got an engineer, a certified engineer, to work on all this stuff. We've been trying to be willing to work with Heather and Ron, but it's been challenging. We've been trying to call their office multiple times, and they've been very nice on the phone, but the goalposts have been moving and moving and moving. If we had gotten all of these requests at the front in April, May, June, July, August, or September, we've been happy to address them earlier. So this has been frustrating not only because of wanting to enjoy the patio. It's over 110 degrees out there, and the reflection of the sun, it's absolutely unbearable. You get dizzy. You have to have a bottle of water. You can't enjoy a coffee or anything in the front at all. So, you know, the whole point of the pergola is just to use the front of the house. Otherwise, you know, we can't watch the kids in the front. I mean, it's a pergola. So.
Do you mind taking another question?
Please.
Just ask another question. I have a giant porch. Faces west. It's even worse, frankly, at sunset. Have you considered, and I've designed restaurants with south-facing facades, have you considered simply, because this is a French something, it's an abstraction of a French house.
Sure.
It's, you know, it was built in the 80s.
Right.
It doesn't have historic value.
Correct.
Have you considered something as simple as large patio umbrellas?
Yes, absolutely. And listen, we're going to do that if you decide to not approve this project,
because that's what I do.
Yeah,
That's what I do.
The problem is, right, we're in an area with hurricanes, with winds, with rain, and those things are, I don't want someone on Bay Shore getting hurt. That is a safety of their number one priority. I think a structure that's fixed with concrete into the ground is going to be superior to putting a couple of umbrellas that may, you know, not look as nice and congruent, quite frankly. That's why we're here. That's why we've been trying to make the proposal for 7 months.
Right, and I understand that. I just think that's actually more compatible with the architecture than this is. Facing Bay Shore in a historic district is to have a big yellow and white umbrella out there.
Like an awning, perhaps?
How about a canvas cover over the pergola?
I'm not gonna, that's beyond the,
I mean, if you're making
we're not here to
recommendations,
suggest design. I'm just
I'm
saying
not
that
understanding
that's
what-
what I've done in my own house.
So what's the
and
question, sir? I'm not following the question.
Have you considered, I asked if you had considered the patio umbrellas that can be anchored to the concrete, or anchored to the floor
So my.
in such a way, and then they're just simply brought down in a storm and a
I think you've
hurricane.
answered, my question would be, again, it's frustrating. You've expressed your frustration on the timeline. Would you be willing to go back and work with staff after hearing these comments?
We have been willing from day one. The issue is I feel like staff has been moving the goalpost and they're not willing to work with us. That is the issue. And that's why we have requested this hearing. And we're willing to work with you all, but the goalpost has been moving down the road for all these different times, and it feels like I'm in being punked or something like that. I just don't understand
Right.
what is the actual. Please provide us what we can do. We will do it.
So, and we're gonna finish this up and go to discussion. We don't provide design services up here. That's not our role. So we're not gonna
Why
do
were they
that.
suggested then?
So we're really trying to ask questions and figure out why we got here. Because I can tell you that the tenor up here is what you are presenting today is maybe not sufficient for us to approve. Don't know that yet. We haven't voted on it. But we were trying to find some ground, and hopefully you got feedback today. So I'm just asking, this is the question, are you open to going back to staff and working after hearing the discussion up here?
Absolutely,
And-
yes, yes.
Okay.
We've always been willing. I just don't feel like that's reciprocal on the staff's end.
Okay. All right, with that being said, I took some of your time for rebuttal. You can have a couple another minutes if you feel like you need it, and if not, we'll close the public hearing and.
Yeah, I think just to Mr. Prokop's point about installing some other devices like umbrellas through the marble, if that's what you were suggesting, we just don't want to deface the front of the marble slab. It's beautiful, and I feel like that's the main reason why we have come to the idea of putting the posts outside of the marble slab to come right in front of the nice hedgerow bushes. And so that's where we're at in terms of not wanting to destroy that beautiful piece. That would require a lot more expense, of course.
The posts actually are shown here like in front of the hedges. They actually go behind the hedges. So from the street, it will kind of look like the posts are like at the same level as far as visual. I would say also in the rebuttal that absolutely no windows are being obscured, no architectural features are being obscured, in our opinion, as it's plainly seen. What else? And also, the decorative ends and the wood would totally coincide with many other structures in the historic district
Okay.
that are pergolas on the front porch.
Perfect.
And what else?
Okay, I think we've got it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna close the public hearing and start with discussion.
Just responding to the applicant's comment about the goalpost being moved, I feel like they don't have a professional that's speaking the language. There's a disconnect. There's nobody on their behalf that is telling them where the goalpost is that can objectively counsel them on this. And so that being said, I think we're all of the opinion that what we have is not adequate. I can't tell what it's going to look like. It's not detailed. If there was some photographic examples for us to be able to look at to say, this is what we're trying to make it look like. We don't have that. To me, it's very. I don't like what I'm seeing. Clearly, I don't like what I'm seeing here, and don't like leaving it to the imagination as to what this might turn out as.
Right. And I don't think we are trying to cast any negative light on his craftsmanship, on the pergola's,
Not at all.
pergola maker's craftsmanship.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
Or his ability to, to do what he does. But for us to approve it on the front facade facing one of the most prominent streets in Tampa without we don't have adequate information.
Yeah.
We can't see it on the building. We're not going to imagine it and imagine that we know what it's going to end up looking like. We're not going to imagine that there's bracing on those plywood arches that connect the two halves, which I think, frankly, just get rid of the arches and just leave the two pergolas on either side, which was a successful porch that we've shown elsewhere, with different porch columns that are not just simple, pressure-treated, painted pressure-treated wood, which, by the way, pressure-treated wood does not like to be painted.
Or stained.
Or stained. In which case, actually, the species of the wood would probably want to change to something that's paintable or stainable, to a cypress, or, to an acacia or something else like that. Now the roof is sloping, it has to slope in order to get rain off of it, or the water's gonna penetrate the stucco of the house at the joint to the house, which we don't know how it's detailed or how it's flashed to the house or anything else like that. Whether that's visible from the street, how much turn up flashing is going into the stucco. Now that the pergola's got a slope for drainage, now the front edge is going to be much lower than the back edge, and it may obscure windows, and it may not, and we don't know where the columns line. How does that ledger board attach to the coins at the corner? Do they stop? Do they hold back from the coins? Do they just zigzag out and attach to the coins? All that information on a building in a historic district facing Bayshore Avenue is information I believe we need to make decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I do much better with examples of if you're trying to execute something. Show me either a really detailed drawing or some really good examples of what the plan is, and we have neither, in my opinion.
Right. I think part of it may be a budget issue, that there's just not a budget for what they want to do. I don't know, but you can place really elegant anchors through that marble and into the concrete slab below, and then put a pin up and then attach a column to that. There's all kinds of solutions that architects would explore, frankly.
So can I suggest, and obviously anyone else that wants to comment, but if there's an opportunity to procedurally advance this with our opinions or recommendations, as well as staff's recommendations, which I would refer to this drawing. We didn't speak a great deal about staff's recommendations, but I think there are a lot of opportunities there that seem consistent with the sense of the commission to pursue alternatives. I don't know if that's a motion to continue,
well,
what the procedural next step would be to kind of convey our sense of support for the homeowners to achieve their objectives, but to do that consistent with I think what we're all trying to achieve.
I'm not sure we could propose a motion
Well, that's what I'm
that could approve this with conditions.
No.
And the other option we have is we could request a continuance.
If I may?
Dana Collier, the applicant would be the appropriate party to request a continuance and then come back with something that meets the suggestions and requests of the board.
I've spoken to the applicant, and they would be open to a continuance to continue working with staff.
Okay. Okay, I think that's, you know what, I don't believe, Dana? Is the applicant allowed to speak right now, or do I have to open it back up?
What we would do is go ahead and do the motion for continuance and then ask the applicant if
Okay.
they're
Well,
good
I
with
wanted
it.
to comment on the continuance question myself, just because I overheard the idea of a separate structure as opposed to attached to the actual facade. Is that correct? Someone had mentioned that. Would that be something that conditionally could be approved so that we could have it separate from the structure if that was the concern?
Well, if it's a continuance, we're not giving you any conditions.
We can't.
I'm
we
saying
can't-
alternatively to a continuance, an up or down vote regarding that separate from the facade.
We could if the commissioners felt comfortable that there were enough conditions to make it work. So, two different ways to go with it.
I don't think we have enough details on the construction of the materials that are compatible to approve a freestanding pergola that's not attached to the house, and still know what it looks like in front of the house. We still don't have a drawing of any kind of pergola in front of the building elevation.
So if we were to provide a drawing of the pergola, freestanding or otherwise, that would be sufficient?
In front of the house.
In front of the house, yeah.
I mean, relating to all the elements of the house.
So hold
That's
on.
part of the problem.
So we're not gonna get into it. There's two different ways we go with it. We continue it, which you go back, you work with staff, and then you come back with drawings that we can interpret and decide upon. Or we, at our discretion, if it got approved, could approve it with conditions. And if you didn't meet those conditions, then you wouldn't get approval. The general consensus here is we don't feel comfortable, I'm speaking, I think, that that's the route we want to go. So I think it's going to be a conditional, but hopefully there's enough that you're hearing from this that you could work with staff and come back, because you're close. I do think I can envision this where we can approve this, but there are some things that have to change, and we have to have information that we can say, this is what we're approving. So
I appreciate that. I feel that staff does not have that same viewpoint that you do, but having heard that, maybe they will be more willing to work with us on this in the future.
in my experience, I'll tell you, they're going to work with you. They want to get this
Okay.
approved. They want to work with homeowners.
Great, that'd be terrific. One other point of order question. Does solar bypass this committee?
No, and as a matter of fact, it still comes in front of us. if
That's
you
what I
have
thought.
yeah,
Okay, they had told me otherwise, but I just wanted to clarify.
No.
Well, any construction that occurs, especially on the front facade of a house in a historic district, anything visible to the public comes in front of this board. And just because you brought it up, solar facing the front of a building in a historic district does not fly.
Okay. That's the opposite of what they told me, but I believe you guys, you make the decision,
Yeah,
so.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think after that discussion, I feel there's a motion to be had.
I move to grant a continuance in case, in case ARC 24-0000247, located at 1305 Bayshore Boulevard, to the December 2nd public hearing.
January 2nd. Oh, I'm sorry.
December.
Excuse me.
December 2nd.
December 2nd, public hearing at 5:30 PM.
All right, do we hear a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Applicant agrees with the continuance? All
Absolutely.
right.
Thank you so much for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, all in favor, signify with an aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, guys. Good luck with it.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. Let us know what the score is. All right.
Commissioners, Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. The next two items on our agenda this evening, ARC 24-0000211 and ARC 24-0000215, are located on adjacent properties, adjacent lots in the Tampa Heights Historic District. So as I introduce and go through these applications, I'm going to be showing you one set of photo presentations this evening. If we need to review them again before the second case, I will be happy to do that. But right now, I would like to introduce the first of these two applications at 2725 North Jefferson Street, Parcel A. This is the ARC 24-0000211. The request is for a certificate of appropriateness for new construction with a primary structure and an accessory structure in the Tampa Heights Historic District. So moving to the photo presentation, this is the, on the screen here, we have the historic district map. The sites highlighted in green here are the two parcels that are going to be in front of you tonight at 2725 North Jefferson Street, parcel A is the one to the south. Pardon. Got a little, different setup here this time. So, okay. So our 1920s Sanborn map of the area, again, with the properties in question shown in green. This is showing you the intersection in Jefferson Street. It's the street that runs north-south, and then Gladys Street, which runs east to west. The properties are at the southwest corner of this intersection. You can see that the first site, parcel A, the one to the green site on the south of the line here, was historically vacant, and the parcel that's at the corner, directly at the corner, did have a structure on it at that point in time. This is the present-day aerial photograph of the properties. Again, at the corner of Jefferson Street and Gladys Street. This view is looking southeast into the subject lots. They have been vacant for some time. You can see that they were, at least at the beginning of October, heavily wooded, or did have a good deal of vegetation on the lots. This is looking northeast into the lots from Jefferson Street. This is looking directly east into the subject site at the corner, and then looking east into the subject site from Jefferson Street. Moving around the corner to Gladys, here we are looking along Gladys Street. This would be looking southwest. So the intersection with Gladys and Jefferson is off to the right in this picture. This is the parcel, a portion of the parcel directly adjacent to the east of the subject site. This is the building that is just across Gladys Street to the north. And then this is the building that is directly to the south of the subject sites on Jefferson Street. Looking across Jefferson Street, this is the building that sits at the southwest corner of Jefferson and Gladys. Just south of that is this structure, non-contributing to the district due to its alterations. And then just south of that, we have this building at 2720 North Jefferson Street. This is the view looking east along Gladys Street from the intersection at Jefferson. This is the view looking west across the intersection of Jefferson and Gladys. Here we are looking north on Jefferson Street, across the intersection with Gladys. And then finally, here we are looking south down Jefferson Street from Gladys Street. Going to scroll back up again real quick. There was one more thing I wanted to point out. I'm sorry about this. On the aerial photograph. If I can get that blown up a little bit for us here.
it's a little difficult to make out the property parcel lines on this aerial photograph, but I would like to point out that there is no alley that runs behind or alongside these parcels. There's no alley within this block. The parcel that's directly behind these lots on the east side of them actually is a very large lot that has some frontage along Gladys Street and then also sort of makes a sort of jagged L shape, and then has a house within that property that fronts onto Central Avenue. So that gives you some orientation to the site there. So at this time, I'd like to ask the applicant to come forward and present the request for the parcel A.
Good evening, Ralph Schuler, JB Architect, 2401 North Howard Avenue. I have been sworn. So a little history. I don't know how much you guys know Tampa Heights. I lived in Tampa Heights 25 years. Actually live on Jefferson Street, about 8 blocks south of here. And of course, this particular block was really part of a larger farm from about 100 years ago. That's why it's kind of a funny shape, and it does all kinds of weird stuff. This lot was platted or as one larger lot. We've since had and been approved to separate the lots into two 60 by 120 lots. Those lots meet the RS50 standard, of course, which is a 50-foot lot by 100 deep. These are larger than that. Gladys Street's a very small, almost like a alley, really. Has a very small right-of-way. I think the right-of-way is only 30 foot. Yeah, 30-foot public right-of-way. So, and you look at the rest of the lots, of course, orienting on Jefferson was the most appropriate. We're coming to you with two properties. We'll present them both separately, but of course they're similar. The first lot is the corner lot, which is parcel A. This is again just the survey gives you orientation, as Elaine had noticed. Jefferson is a wider street, your standard 50-foot right-of-way. Also has a brick street. The sidewalk is more typical, where it's pushed at the property line, versus Gladys, of course, there's almost really no sidewalk. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yep. On the site plan, I'm showing both lots just because for orientation, but we are specifically focused on the north lot. Both houses will face Jefferson, of course. We do not have an alley, as stated. Both the garage is, of course, oriented in the back of the lots on both. One on the corner is facing Gladys, the other one facing Jefferson. This house, of course, will have a front porch. Front porch that wraps, orients towards the street. Both houses have porches, of course. Tampa Heights has a lot of different vernaculars, kind of farm frame or simple bungalows and or simple Victorians. I wouldn't call them true high Victorians. This is more in line of a frame vernacular bungalow, in that we have again a nice large porch. This porch has a nice sitting wall on it. That porch wraps that corner. We have a distinct entry. The hardy siding, of course, all around the house. Lap siding. We've looked at shakes on everything above the horizontal frieze board. That we are occupying what essentially is a roof. Looks like a two-story structure, of course. But we are bringing some square footage into a third floor. Again, double columns. A nice entry door. Two pairs of French doors in the front, and then similar pairs of smaller windows up front that are in alignment. This is the north elevation, which is facing Gladys. Facing Gladys, again, all the porch would have brick veneer with a cap. Then all the rest of the building itself, elevated stem wall to modern construction, a stucco base, hardy board siding. We do have a skirt board here, a small frieze board up top, and then again a dormer, a shed roof. I'm sorry, a shed roof facing north for that other square footage, very in keeping with the district. The house next door to the north has similar type of windows. We are doing a 4/4 window, typical with pretty straightforward 3.5-inch hardy boards trim around the windows, 6-inch corner boards. All the columns would be square 8x8 columns with a little bit of detail top and bottom. The rear has a recessed porch, kind of the second floor overhangs the structure. So we have a pretty simple base plan, but a lot of extra detailing, of course, to give the house some character. Similar things happen on the back here, of course, with brick piers and double columns. This is facing inboard towards the adjacent house. This is a staircase. We have a staircase dormer. That staircase, of course, is a landing here, and then another landing up top. Same language all the way around. The accessory structure, and I'll quickly go back to the site plan just so you can get a sense of where it is again. Here, Tampa Heights does have a accessory dwelling unit rider for the overlays here in all of Tampa Heights, so we're allowed to do a slightly bigger structure here. The size we're doing for the accessory is a little over 1,000 square feet, which will have a small apartment above, legal dwelling unit. Facing Gladys, which is the front, is here. Facing south, this one, west, and then I apologize for this is actually east, not south. Again, all a simplified version of the main structure, of course, which is appropriate. Here's a quick section of how the stairs work, just so you can kind of get an idea of why we have the dormer and all the other stuff, and how we are 24 inches above on the foundations, and how all that works. We are proposing, you'll never notice, but it's going to be a block house up until the truss bearing, which is around 18. I'm sorry, taller than that. It's around 20 feet 8 inches, 10-foot ceilings on the first, 9 on the second, and 8 on the third. Under the 35-foot height restriction, and then a typical little section of building section of what the accessory structure looks like. typical details we do for, somewhere around here. Apologize, must be in this one. There we go. Typical corner boards. A typical detail that we have used quite a bit over years is a 2-inch recess for more modern windows. So that those modern windows have appropriate dimension. So that's a sill. I'm sorry. This is a head, and this is like a typical middle or double window, a sill, a secondary sill, and then a door. But these are all typical that we use for all of our historic district houses that are in new construction. This is this kind of style of window that we're looking at. This would be a Sierra Pacific style window. Carriage house style doors. Hopefully we can afford a 5V crimp metal roof. If not, it'd be a dimensional shingle roof. And we have some lights shown. Black or bronze door hardware, typical. Other than that, concludes my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. For clarification, I believe you just presented on parcel B, not A.
Well, my boundary, my boundary is the north parcel is parcel A, so that's let me get that's why I got reference to survey.
Well, I think that's okay. If you,
Yeah.
you're drawing, it's our application.
It's
says
yeah,
B,
it's
so
north
for
the
record,
north
we're-
lot. Let's call it the
Yeah.
north
Right,
lot.
and that is, for the record, that is ARC 24-000215, for the property located at 2725 North Jefferson.
Thank you.
So you have to start over. No, we're
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Staff found this application to be consistent with the Tampa Heights Historic District design guidelines. There were some conditions noted in the staff report. I would just perhaps make sure that the applicant has addressed each of those points. Some of our main concerns revolved around the roof form and the dormer styles. The application for this parcel, since it's on a corner lot, is required to have the wraparound porch, and that requirement has been met by the design. With that, I am available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone in the public here to speak for or against this project? All right, seeing no one, we will go to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Hayman?
None for me.
Hi, good evening. Nice presentation. Thank you. Just three quick things, not necessarily questions, just takeaways that I assume are accounted for. One, obviously very heavily wooded and vegetated. I assume that all of that's going to follow standard procedure for accountability of the tree.
Yeah, our risk
removal.
report was submitted as part of the application.
Great, thank you. The other thing, in terms of the new construction, accounting for where the waste cans, the garbage cans collection point will be, you're on two,
Yep.
one less so, but one other heavily traveled roads, and where those are gonna get pulled out and left, and sometimes gets overlooked. And then just the staging for the new construction, how to be respectful of the dense environment you're in. So, appreciate it.
Commissioner Praca?
Does your site plan indicate where all the HVAC units are going?
Oh, yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I was looking at that, going the same thing, going, where'd theirs go? So the corner lot's a little tougher, I'll be honest. But we're gonna, both of these are gonna end up being in these locations, and they'll be, we're showing a fence, but we don't have a fence design yet. We would like to do that at staff. It would be behind a fence.
Okay. I guess I'd like to ask staff, is a double ribbon driveway generally acceptable?
We see those commonly in the Seminole Heights Historic District, where the pattern is very much that the corner lots do have the accessory structure accessed from the side street like that. Tampa Heights has more of a variety, I guess I would say, of driveway and ribbon styles, given that a lot of the buildings in Tampa Heights have the alley access available, and that a lot of the sites in Tampa Heights are traditionally a little smaller. They were not platted with vehicular access in mind back in the
Right.
the late
I mean, is that
1800s,
width of a
but
curb cut something, I mean, does transportation need to take a look at?
transportation has reviewed this and found it to be consistent.
Okay, so that width of a curb cut and the double ribbon and dropping this is a brick road with I'm correct, this is a brick road with granite curb?
Gladys is not. Gladys is not. Jefferson is.
Okay.
Gladys is a very, very narrow little right-of-way, too.
Well, I guess we want to address the staff conditions. Can you call out the hardy siding as smooth? Has that been in the details?
It is not, but it
Okay.
absolutely will be smooth.
Do we have a section of the front porch, of the front porches, and we talk about the materials there?
Yeah, let's talk about it. I apologize, I don't believe I actually did a section of that. But we can talk about materiality without a doubt. Let's do the front porch. Here we go. Sorry about that. So the porch itself, on the floor would be a paver on top of concrete. It's a concrete, it's a modern porch. We also have a knee wall, a sitting wall out of brick. That brick will obviously wrap on both sides. The ceiling will be a beaded board ceiling, typically within the district. And then all of the vertical elements above that, of course, either all hardy wrap columns, smooth hardy board throughout the project. And
This
then-
shows a standing seam roof, not a 5V crimp.
It's a 5V crimp.
I think
I didn't note it, but yeah, it's a
Would you
5V crimp roof.
Would you consider using a nice 24-inch standing seam copper?
I don't think my client has that kind of money.
Okay, because it would look gorgeous on these
Yeah,
houses.
I mean, I don't know, how much is that?
I think those are the conditions I wanted to cover.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes, so they have also asked, as it goes on to the next, onto the opposite side. And first, I want to thank you for getting rid of the board and batten, which I personally do not like, even though it is permitted, but thank God for those shakes up there. It makes it
Yes,
look a lot better.
Yeah, we'll just paint them different colors or something, yeah.
So now why do you have two different dormer styles on these houses?
Well, so one is part of the, and I'll show you the roof
Yeah,
plan, or the third floor plan. So one is, of course, this whole master bedroom, that master bedroom, and it's long and linear, and it's a shed is most appropriate and would be completely appropriate for the style house. The other one is just the staircase, and a skinny little shed looked funny to me. I did look at it; it just didn't look quite right. So that's why I went with a hip. But that's my opinion.
What?
That's what was my opinion on
Okay.
why.
Well, staff wanted to ask that question, and I'm going to ask it too.
Okay.
Because, and you have a section through the
I
stairway.
do, yeah,
And if you were to conventionally frame just that bit,
right?
then you could get a nice sloped roof on the top of that big stairway, and that doesn't seem like a bad idea. And your front elevation would be more symmetrical.
Yeah, and we all, you know, and I know you guys are all really good professionals. You know, I personally, I know visually, you know, we never see a house like that. You know, we see it from one side or the other or whatever. You know.
Yeah.
And you know, we've modeled this house. You would see that. But I'm open. I mean, you know, if we feel that that's just not working for us, then let's look at it.
You know. And I understand your point that we are probably, that it, you know, the actual guy on the street is probably, may not have difficulty with that, but yeah, I still do, by gollies. And then the other thing, and we frequently comment about window placements on the minor elevations. In this case, I think it's the north and south elevations.
Right.
But you've placed those, I looked at your floor plan, and you've placed them pretty carefully, and they're all where they are for a reason.
They are.
I wanted to, and now I'm going to venture into a realm where we're not supposed to, right? But you did the right thing by turning the porch around the corner, but it becomes kind of a dead, you know. I wanted to see that there was perhaps a door on that north elevation, and this is really subjective, so I'm not gonna, you know.
Yep.
But
I hear you.
But it seems like it's right there next to the kitchen. You could dodge out there, and that north elevation might be okay for you know, for like breakfast at this time of year. You know, because it's gonna have,
Yeah,
it's not gonna be out in the sun.
I see your point. And if this was a house built in 1906, it would have a side door. You're probably right. This modern interior design that we of the interior of the house, frankly, it's not going to work.
Okay. So I think,
but everything else I feel comfortable.
It is nice to have an architect appearing in front of us here.
Understood.
All right, while you've got this up on your north elevation, what am I looking at there on that, the top roof there, on the?
This is a little cutout from the here. This little cutout here, and there's a reason for it.
And that's why the porch is notched as well?
Yeah. So yeah, see that little porch right here.
Yeah, that was.
We're trying to leave room for a future pool, if appropriate. We haven't gotten there yet, but that's what this little notch is trying to do. Is there may if you know these are speculative houses, frankly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, well, that was my second question, was why is the porch notched like that?
there's the reason.
I understand the reason. I think it's a little awkward, but I understand the reason. Do you have a site plan that shows the existing trees to remain? I'm assuming.
Yes. So this is we have a arborist report. I am not an arborist.
Okay.
Almost all the trees are junky, for lack of a better word. Like, you know, there is a couple of bigger oaks, and the report says that they are in poor condition.
All right, so there is no trees to remain.
In this plan, there are no trees to replace. We will be replacing lots of trees, so if they don't fit on site, which they probably won't, we'll be paying into the tree fund.
Okay.
You can just pick up the oak and move it.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions. All right. I think we've gone through questions. All right, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you feel like you need it.
I do not need it. Thank you.
Okay. With that being said, thank you for your presentation. We're going to close the public portion of the hearing and move on to discussion. So I'll start on my right with Mr. Meyer.
I think we're getting everything that we or that we typically ask for in terms of, we've got the windows inset, we've got the smooth hardy board, we have corner boards. We have this, there are a couple of awkward things about this, but I'm not holding the pencil here. So I feel that there may be a couple of conditions that we could come up with. Perhaps some additional information that be offered to staff, but I think that we can approve this.
I like little quirky things, you know, like little notches that don't seem to make sense, but,
Until you put in the pool.
well, no, but, you know, it adds a complexity and breaks down the box a little bit and cuts down the massing a little bit. And, you know, would they design that in 1910, 1920? No, they wouldn't. But this is not being designed in 1920. It's a new building, and a new building, you know, doesn't necessarily have to be built as they would have built them in 1920. It just has to be compatible with it. And I don't really have a problem with much of this at all. Okay.
No, I have no issues.
No issues, ready to support.
So my only comment was really the dormers. They catch my eye. And I was always under the impression that the dormers hitting right at the peak, it should be a little bit subservient to that. I understand it's the master bedroom and they want to get the highest ceiling as possible. I'm not saying it's a deal breaker for me. It was just a point that I looked at, was like, but again, it falls under, I think it was a good presentation and the majority of this is what we want to see.
I think you'd want a dormer to be subservient to the peak of the roof if you were adding it to a historic building. But I don't see any reason why it can't start straight from the ridge in a brand new piece of construction.
Okay. Okay. So with this love fest, is there any motion gonna come out of it?
Sure. Okay. Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 24-000215 for the property located at, and I'm hoping this is correct, 2725 North Jefferson Street, because based upon finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the it's not Seminole Heights, is it?
Tampa Heights.
Tampa Heights, with the Tampa Heights design guidelines for the city of Tampa for the following reasons. It is consistent in its height and width and its massing and building form. Also, it maintains the proper materials within the district, as well as following the other required conditions.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we've got a second. Discussion, if needed? All right, I don't see any discussion, so all in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Do the commissioners need for staff to go over site conditions maps for the second parcel, or are we good to move on to?
Good to move on.
All right.
I am.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Parcel B, of course.
Do we need, yeah.
Excuse me?
Do we need any part of this presentation?
Well, let me give you the 3-minute version.
Oh, no, yeah, you need to present.
Yeah. It's a different house. It is a different house. They are sister or cousins. I would call them cousins. Parcel B, of course, is the interior lot. Same size. They're both 60 by 120, 5850. Now, of course, the garage is in the back corner. We have a ribbon drive. We've oriented the house a little bit further on the north side than the south, which is pretty generous, frankly, for the ribbon. Probably more than typical. The front of this house, which I know someone's not going to like, but we have a balcony, and of course not a wraparound porch. This is the main difference. So all the porch detailing is similar. The difference, and again, I did this on purpose because I wanted them to be similar but not identical. They're actually right next door to each other, and this now has 2 sets of French doors versus two windows above. We can investigate or look at other materials for the board on batten if we so choose. Side of the north elevation. The rear elevation with a non-notched porch, which again has very typical detailing from previous similar looks. The elevation facing west, which would be the front, extremely far back. The south, which is the side with the staircase, north and east. The same detailing everywhere. Same type of materials. Smooth and hardy board. Same hope to have a 5V crimp metal roof. I know it looks like a standing seam. It is not. Same carriage style door. And I am open to suggestions on, if not board and batten, something else. That's the rear. I'll throw this back to the front. And then we would probably, I know we don't talk about color in Tampa Heights, but we would probably have different brick colors, frankly. We may detail these columns just slightly different. I can work with staff on that, I'll be honest. And then, again, I'm open to alternative materials for the peaks if we don't like the board and batten. Other than that, that's my presentation on the second house.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Again, we find this application to be consistent with the Tampa Heights Design Guidelines, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Again, I'll ask anybody in the public here to present for or against. I've not seen anyone. We will move forward with Commissioner questions, starting with Commissioner Hammond.
Again, no questions.
Again, my same comments would apply to this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Prokop.
I guess the only other question, I mean, I'm not gonna make him make my fellow Commissioner, Mr. Myers, over here, the bad guy. But, it's not what we prefer.
I understand.
We both don't prefer it. But it's not about what we prefer.
Understand.
But we would highly encourage you to look at something else. But we don't have any, it's not incompatible.
Understood.
That's it.
I also see that you're using a scissor truss in these, so that you've got, on the third floor, you've got a sloped ceiling on the interior, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's what this little data document
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
You can read plans well, thank you.
And that's a nice thing for these folks. And I hate to bring it up, but staff has talked to us about the accessory structure. And can we look at the elevations there?
Yep. Sure, 100%. I apologize, I don't remember what they said, but I guess you enlightened me.
I think, well, they asked if we could get some extra windows in here. Certainly, that north elevation is going to be facing the cousin.
Yes.
Your
yes.
cousins.
Well, yep, so, here's the elevation. So this elevation, of course, has, lots of windows. This elevation has fewer, clearly, and I'll just, I know you can't really see it, they're really small on purpose because we don't really talk about interiors that much. But you can see, now this is intended, and who knows who buys this, if they make it some mother-in-law suite or not, or do whatever, but, it's intended to, it is a legal accessory dwelling unit. So all the living space is on the south, away from the family, and the family has more privacy. I'm just gonna be honest. So we have kitchens and washers and dryers and bathrooms all facing that direction. So could I squeeze a window in somewhere? I could probably squeeze a window over the bathtub. Maybe, nah, that's probably about it, honestly. So that would be this elevation. You are correct.
Okay. A tiny window over a bathtub.
I know it's not a lot. I know. I mean, maybe I don't know. I'm trying to think of something here, man. But I don't know.
Right. But it.
I mean, the only other place. I mean, maybe I could rework the kitchen a smidgen. But it's really efficient. That's why I like it. It's an efficiency. It's a 1-bedroom little 500 square foot apartment.
And which way is the gable running? It's
gable running north-south, this direction.
Okay.
Didn't want to. I got big gables in the front and it's way in the back. I'm trying to make it as diminutive as possible by not putting the gable facing the street.
All right. I'm emotionally exhausted. Okay, so
understood.
Next time.
Same question about trees on this lot.
Yep. We have a tree survey. It's there. We got some camphors and eucalyptus trees are mainly what's there. So they're trunk trees essentially. And then there is one oak tree, two oak trees, but one is off property, one is on property, and I've been told they're not good. Again, I don't write the arborist report.
Okay, so they're all coming out according to the.
They've been reviewed by Natural Resources.
Okay. And when we do make a motion, we did not include the applicant working with staff with the fence. And
We
then
will.
lighting, you showed lighting on the
Yep.
carriage for the
Yep.
garage, but I didn't see any other lighting.
Similar, simple wall sconce style. Here.
Okay.
Adjacent to the front door?
Yes, they are. Or, I've got here somewhere. The access front door, then I have two up there.
Okay. And the railing material?
It's wood.
Okay. Okay, no further questions for myself. Any other questions? All right, don't see it. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
I'll pass, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to close the public hearing and have some discussion. Anyone? Okay, no discussion. Somebody like to tender a motion?
Okay. And,
This is parcel A.
yes. So this is 211?
211.
This is 211, okay, yes. And There was a question about fencing.
Just that he works with staff on the design and placement of the fence.
Okay. All right. Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 24-0000211 for the property located at, current address shows as 2725 North Jefferson Street,
Right.
with the following conditions: that the applicant shall work with staff on all of the requirements for fencing. Because based upon finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights design, or
Tampa Heights.
Tampa Heights design guidelines of the city of Tampa for the following reasons, and that is that it meets the requirements for new construction regarding scale, massing, setback, and its orientation and site coverage.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any need for discussion? Not seeing it, we'll go for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Our last agenda item is ARC-24-0000402. This is for the address of 1721 West Hills Avenue. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. The primary structure dates back to 1917, and it is a contributing structure. The zoning is RS60, and they're coming forward for a certificate of appropriateness for an addition to the primary structure with site improvements. The addition is approximately 400 square feet. Briefly go through a photo presentation. Property in question is highlighted in the green. It faces hills. To the west, you have Gumby. To the north, you have Deco. And then you have Roma Avenue to the east as a reference. Once again, looking at the area in totality, you see it's on the lower portion within the Hyde Park Historic District. You have Bayshore Boulevard here, and then Howard to the left. Looking at this arts and crafts style home, it has a unique feature that I wanted to point out. Next to the front door, it has side windows instead of side lights, which is a very nice touch that differentiates from other structures around there. And then the multiple columns, and then the engaged dormer onto the roof. This is looking at hills. This is the apron, the sidewalk, and the ribbons drive into the property. The ribbon drives do terminate right here. As part of the discussion, we wanted them to continue the ribbon drives to meet transportation standards and preservation standards. This is the east elevation. You see the gable within the gable. This gable jots out towards the property line. The new footprint will be less proud of that existing structure to complement the Secretary of Interior standards. This is the sister house sort of to the house in question. It does have the side windows flanking the front door as well. Focusing back on the primary structure on the property in question, you see the gable on the side, the engaged knee brackets, and then how you have the broken knee as it comes to the rear. The abutting property on that side is under rehabilitation now. That approval came about 2 or 3 years ago in front of this board. And just to conclude, in the front, some street shots showing some of the challenges in the parking area around here and how people park perpendicular to the front along the curb. Moving around to the rear elevation. And to conclude, this is the bump out that I talked about in the front. The new request will be back here somewhere. The mechanicals will be relocated to a different site. That concludes the photo presentation, and I have Ms. Nicholas address the board.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bailey Nicholas, and I am, my husband and I are the owners of the home. I'm not an architect, but my dad is, so I'm very familiar with plans and reading them. And we've been working with John Keener, architects who have a lot of experience in the Hyde Park area and with historic homes. And with that, I also want to thank you all for being here and doing what you do. We've lived in Hyde Park for 15 years, and we so appreciate the integrity that is kept in the historic district. It's one of the reasons we love living there. When we moved in, we had 0 children, and now we have 3 children, and we are bursting at the seams, which is the main impetus for this addition to our home. So with that, I will start the presentation. Okay, perfect. So this is the front of the home. And again, for reference, this is where our home is located. And there's a little closer up of our home. And here is a site plan of the existing site plan. You'll see these 2 X's. I know that is very tiny writing. These were oak trees, one of them a huge 48-inch oak tree that sadly broke in Hurricane Milton and actually landed on our neighbor's house, that other beautiful house that had the 2 windows to their side. You'll see them coming before you, I'm sure, soon, because they are having to completely redo the front of the home, or put back together the front of the home. So that being said, we've lost this massive oak tree, which is so sad. We actually designed the entire addition 20 feet around so that we wouldn't have to require any variances because we loved the oak tree, but it is gone now. And as was an 8-inch oak was also damaged in the storm, so we had those both removed. And then this is the proposed site plan. And here in green is where we will be proposing the addition to the back corner of the home. And here is where we're proposing to extend the current concrete ribbons alongside the home so that parking would be located beyond the front facade of the house so that you can more easily see the home. And we would like to do a concrete ribbon drive there, potentially with brick pavers in the middle, but we're open to any suggestions. And then just to kind of go over some of the parking precedent locations on our street, I was able to take photographs of all the houses that are highlighted here in green, the ones that are on our block. So just to give you some examples of homes nearby, as you can see, this was before all of the debris was picked up after Hurricane Milton, so it's a little messy, but you can get an idea. So this is starting at 1713 West Hills Avenue, and you've got the curb cut there with the residents parking to the side. 1714, again, curb cut here, residents parking in the front of their home. 1715, curb cut, and resident not there yet because their power still wasn't back. 1716 is this home here, and you can see that they have a drive that goes to the back of their home, and they park in the back. And you can also see right here the driveway to 1718. They actually have driveways. It's a 4-plex, and they have driveways cut on both sides that leads to a parking area in the back of the structure. This is 1717 Hills. Here you can see the ribbon concrete and the parking in the front. 1718. This is the other side of that 4-plex. So this is the second driveway they have leading into the rear. This is our neighbor's house with the tarp on it from the damage. But this is their driveway that leads to where they park beyond the facade of their home. And they have the concrete ribbon drive with the pavers in the middle. And then directly across from us, 1720 Hills Avenue, another 4-plex, and they also have a driveway that leads into the rear of the structure, and 1722 as well with the curb cut and the parking in the front of the home. So that's just a lot of photos for reference. The entire block actually has curb cuts with front driveways on our block of Hills Avenue. This would be the existing and proposed floor plans. The existing is highlighted here in the gray that you can see, and then what we propose is adding a 1-story addition to the rear of the home that would create an open space to the kitchen with a dining room and a living room and an office. Right now we don't have a proper dining room. We only have space to seat 4 people. in this little nook right here. And so we're excited about the prospect of having a proper dining room and a living space for the kids to enjoy. Here is the existing roof plan along with the proposed roof plan. You see we've got the cricket there to help, I don't know, with all of the drainage. And then we've got existing and proposed elevations. The front of the home, this is the existing plan down here, the existing elevation, and you can see back here, this roof line here is the structure that we're hoping to build in the back. You can see that we made sure that the roof line was lower than the current roof line, and from where you stand on the street and look at the home, we don't believe there'll actually be much visual of that roof line above what's existing. And then here on the rear of the home, this is the existing elevation, and you can see here is where the addition would be, and we've worked closely with Ron Vila and his team to design these windows so that they would be differentiated enough from the existing structure, as well as you'll notice the siding on the existing part and the historic part of the home flares at the bottom, but we decided to have the siding go straight down on the addition so that, again, you can differentiate where there was a more modern addition. Moving on to the east elevation. Here is the existing elevation. You can see there's a very shallow roof line that extends all the way to the back of the home currently, and where we would add on, we would add another gable here to mimic the front gable and look similar to what it already is there. And then this would be the existing and proposed elevations from the west side. Here is your existing, and then this would be the west elevation. You can see here too, let me go back to it, where we've proposed to move our ACE units currently sit beside this side deck, and we're proposing to move those here to the rear of the home and to elevate them as well. And you can see that here also on this west elevation. John Keener and his team provided a wall section here. I don't know much about reading this specifically, but I know they have kept everything true and consistent to the existing structure of the home. It was also requested that we provide a fence elevation and section, so this includes measurements as well as a gate and a fence design for where we will be moving a fence if we extend the driveway into the rear side part of the home. The new windows will all be aluminum clad windows, and here is detail as well. And there will be the 4/4 aluminum clad windows, and here is a prettier picture of them. And then our roof overhang and brackets, again, will align with what is currently on the home. And so we have the detail here of the brackets. And the siding also will match the existing siding. It's a 4 3/4 inch exposure. And the plan will also be to miter the edges so that it stays consistent. And we currently have a shingle roof, and we will keep the shingle roof as is in the new spot, the new addition. There was quite a bit of discussion with John Marsh as well as his staff about parking, because we wanted to ensure that we were to code by having the 2 parking spots on our residential lot. And so in doing so, John Keener and his team explored all the options. And so here was option A with parking in the rear, and this does not include an addition. So just kind of playing it out and seeing, could we add something into the parking into the back if we didn't add on to the home? And in order to do so, we would have to remove an 8-inch maple tree, and the parking would also encroach on the root system of some of the only remaining oak trees that we have on our site now. And so Natural Resources was not too thrilled about removing a tree in order to accommodate parking in the rear. And here is more of a close-up of that site plan. And then, this was what was originally proposed, which was parking in the rear off of the alley. There's a very narrow alley, and transportation didn't love the orientation of the cars. In this, the alley is very narrow, and it was my understanding that it didn't meet code for the amount of distance that was needed in order to make the turn out into the back alleyway. And this plan also would require the removal of the maple tree as well as encroaching on the root system of our remaining oak trees. And there is a closer up detail of that rear parking Plan B. We also explored side-by-side parking in the front of the home. This is something that we were exploring when the oak trees were still here because we did not want to encroach on the oak, of course, the massive 48-foot oak tree, 48-inch oak tree. But this would harm this ornamental tree that we have, and the cars would be parked in front of the home, which is not the goal when you have a lovely historic home. You don't want to cover it up. And there's another close-up of that front parking, site C. And then what we have proposed is here, which would be to extend the ribbons, which currently only extend to the front of the home, along to the side of the home now that the tree, unfortunately, is no longer there, and we would be able to park our cars one behind the other along the side of the house. And the curb cut is currently there. It was there when we purchased the home. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Avila, I'm a planner with Historic Preservation. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. We work with the applicant and her professionals to move forward on the location of the addition. They're doing a one-story addition on a one-story structure, which is very sensitive. As I stated, the addition is subordinate to the bump out on that east side, so it's slightly indented on that side. We looked at multiple parking solutions, and the one that we felt was most appropriate, we're looking at all departments and their comments as they reviewed the project, was the tandem parking along the side with the curb cut that's already there. It was unfortunate they lost the tree, but it did provide them the ability to do tandem parking 36 feet back from the body of the building. We wanted additional fencing indications of what they were going to do, and she provided that this evening. With the casement windows, as they were originally presented, they had mullions in between the windows, and usually you see the mullions or the weight pockets on double hung windows, so they ganged them together to get more light in the new area for where the addition is at. I did believe that she met all the other conditions on page 5 and 6 of the staff report, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, not seeing anybody in the audience, we're going to go ahead and move forward with the questions. And we'll start with Commissioner Myers.
Can you take me back to your elevations, please?
Yes.
And you're doing a great job, so.
Thank you. I said, luckily I did grow up looking at plans often. Oh goodness, now I can't find them. Which would you prefer to see?
Okay. I'm a little concerned about the blankness of the wall here on the west elevation.
Okay.
And I understand that that's an office
It is.
in there?
Yes. So more light is certainly possible in there.
That seems desirable.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And what about let's see, we've got the west, so now we want to look at the north. Okay, so there you've got all kinds of great light coming in.
Right.
And this also assists, because your original house
Mm-hmm.
is very well lit.
Yes.
And they, because like, the
They
light's
need
always
it.
on in my kitchen,
Right.
And so they were very careful about that. And so you're making this more like more consistent with the rest, with the original house by adding those,
Absolutely.
adding that window.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, thank
More
you.
light the better, in my opinion.
Okay. And I think, can you just show us the way the fencing is going to work?
Yes. Sorry, I apologize. Here we go. Fencing.
Oh, but I want a plan.
Oh, on the plan.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. So they've got the fence beginning here and then extending around
Okay.
the.
And so
remaining
some of that is existing and some of it,
Yes, this is existing. This is currently chain link between us and the construction next door. We were gonna wait to work with those owners to identify a fence, hopefully soon. And then this actually has all been damaged in the storm, so we're going to replace it regardless. And we're just waiting until we find out what, we can do here to replace it.
okay,
It's lean-to right now, but it's out there.
all right. Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Hi.
Hi.
I had a similar question about the gate. You show a single man gate there at the end of the driveway, or is that a double, what is that gate? It's a double,
It is double,
it's a double gate, but it's not wide enough for a car.
correct.
So it's for lawnmowers,
Right.
okay. Is there a reason, it seems to me that the addition seems to be taller, like taller ceilings, taller bearing points of all of the structure than the main house. Can you go back to one of the
Yes.
elevations that shows the
Here.
that's a good one, okay. So could you zoom in over to the right and I'm trying to figure out why that roof, the spring point of that roof is so much higher than, look where the roof is bearing on the front to the left over there of the main house, all the way to the left in the front porch.
Right.
You see the low point of that.
Right.
And that this roof is 2 feet higher?
Right.
And I'm just wondering why that is.
We are expecting to put potentially a new AC unit back there, a third AC unit. And so we were leaving space for ductwork up here. The ductwork in the original part of the home was not original to the home. And so we actually have upstairs is like a finished out attic space right now. And along each wall, there's what we use as a bench or a shelf. And the ductwork runs through that.
Ductwork runs in that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
you usually
believe
have to
that was
build,
the intention behind that.
yeah, you have to build a lot of soffits and
Right.
all that other kind of stuff
Yeah.
to put air conditioning in a
Right.
historic building. Could you slide this over to the right? And I don't know if this is a high enough, no, to get your other right. Can we read any of that wording in there, in those
goodness.
elevations? Is there a way to focus that so we can
You
read
know
it?
what? It's a little blurry there, but I've got some bigger elevations that it might be easier to read on. Let's try these. There.
Okay, those are better. So it says roof bearing at addition. Oh, these are all from sea level.
So it's 21 to 33, so it's about 12, around 12.
Yeah, it's 12'3" to roof joist bearing above the floor. I just think the whole scale of the addition would appear more in sync if that bearing point was a little bit lower. It just seems out of scale.
Okay.
And you can, even if you drop that, you still have all the room in the center to run ductwork.
Right, yeah.
You don't have it at the
yeah.
edges, but you
Right,
have it
yeah,
in the
because
middle.
we're not using it as a
Right.
room up there.
I would just have your architect look at that.
Okay.
I would put that as a condition of
Okay.
approval as part of this is just to investigate lowering that a little bit, because it just seems, there's too much room from the top of the windows
To the,
to the peak.
Uh-huh.
It just seems out of proportion a little bit, you know, us architects.
right,
You know?
like everything to be balanced.
And you had a cut through a window showing the mullions of the windows somewhere. It was like a photograph or a section cut through an
Yes.
actual photograph of a window. And it was brought up with the imitation divided lights, the applied mullions. And I just wanted to ask a question real quick.
Right, I believe it was this one here.
Yeah. Okay. You can zoom out a little bit. Okay. That's good. So it's a Jeld-Wen aluminum clad wood window. Do you know if you're going to have the split glazing, insulated glazing like that? Or is it going to be impact?
I'm not sure.
You know, if it's going to
Right.
be laminated glazing, which is narrower and thinner, and
Mhm.
you don't put that thing in the middle in between the mullions.
Gotcha.
And it would also, you know, I know you're not gonna impact the whole house. You'd only
Right.
be doing it for this addition.
Right.
And that's minimal.
Mhm.
But, and I'm just asking a question, I would have your architect look into that, because you actually get a better U value and R value of the windows
Right.
with the lamination and better soundproofing and all that kind of stuff than you do with insulated glass.
And what is that type of window called again?
It's a laminated glazing.
Laminated
Or
glazing,
impact glazing.
Uh-huh.
But it also doesn't look so bad that you have fake mullions on the front and the back when the glass is thinner and there's less distance between
Right.
those two pieces. You don't see it as much.
Right.
When you put it on insulated glass and you look at it, you know, from askew, you can actually see between that glass.
Right.
And it looks hokey. So that's, I just asked your architect what kind of
Yeah.
glazing you're gonna put in the windows,
Right.
and to clarify that. And the driveway ribbons, you showed the ribbon plan, and it was, did you go to Florida? Because why are the ribbons blue and orange?
I did not go to Florida.
Okay,
I went to Wake
I'm just-
Forest.
I'm
I'm
just-
from Texas.
Okay, I'm just curious,
Yeah.
because the orange part is actually concrete, right?
Yes.
And the blue part is paver infill.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Right, exactly, because it looks.
Because it looks like it's
opposite.
brick on the outside.
Absolutely,
Right.
yes.
Okay, gotcha. That's all I have.
Commissioner Gross?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Real quick, the brackets are gonna match what's on the house?
Yes.
And then the siding is the same size that you
Size.
have on the house?
Yes.
Okay, and then I saw the windows were 4x4, I know where the AC is. I don't have any other questions. You have 5 minutes for a rebuttal?
I have no rebuttal.
Perfect, all right. So at this point, we're gonna close the public hearing and we're gonna go to discussion. Commissioner Post, I figure you have a comment about the driveway?
There's an existing curb cut,
Okay.
not as troubled by it.
Okay.
I respect the opportunity to pursue it, but the curb cut's there already, so. Thank you, though.
Yeah, I don't have too much of a problem with it, other than a little bit of the scale issue with the addition. Feeling just too tall for what it is. And I can understand you wanting to have a high ceiling, or the owner wanting to have a little higher ceiling in that room for a grand space and grand room and all that kind of stuff. 12 feet's a lot.
What I did notice on that elevation was that the fascias were lining up from that addition to the existing, and I don't know if that was kind of the reference point. If they were meeting together. You should have to pull it.
Oh, no, of that shed. Right, the hit, the valley, the
Yes.
valley between the
Well,
addition,
yeah, no, I just mean the fascias.
they were meeting, yeah.
And I think technically it was 11.4 when you do the math, because it was.
Did you do the math?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I, just a thing, you know. You have anything else to say, Mr. Myers?
No, I do not.
Okay,
But the only other thing I would say is, generally speaking, we're trying to throw some things off. I appreciated the fact that they did the vertical sides as opposed to that, but, the brackets being the same. But in this scale, it didn't seem to bother me.
it was so tiny
Yeah,
that you make that one big move
Yeah.
of not flaring the siding. To me, that's the move that distinguishes it from original, and everything else can match, and it's not a problem.
Yeah.
It's still subservient because it doesn't have that fanciness to it.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, would someone like to offer a motion?
You've been on a roll.
There's not a commission.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
By the way, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Commissioner Myers had mentioned the window. Do we want to bring that up in the?
Yeah, I was
as a
gonna put that in,
condition?
actually, that was part of my, that, consider having your architect. Okay. I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 24-00-00402 for the property at 1721 West Hills Avenue, Tampa, Florida, with the following conditions: that the applicant consult with their architect to consider reducing the height of the addition, and that the applicant consider adding a window in the office on the side elevation of the office, and to continue working with staff on clarifying any minor details. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines of the City of Tampa and with Chapter 27 of the city ordinances for the following reasons: that it is subservient to the main house and yet compatible with the neighborhood, and scale and massing are appropriate.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Does the applicant understand the conditions? Okay. All right, any discussion? I don't see any. Now we can go for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. All right, before we go anywhere, I'm looking for a motion to receive and file submitted documents and exhibits.
So moved.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, hearing's adjourned. Thank you guys for your service. What's the book score?
It's 10-7 Chiefs at halftime. Exactly at halftime.
I'm the State Mitigation Planning Manager here at Florida Division of Emergency Management. I'm going to briefly talk on some mitigation grants and some of the things that you guys would be eligible for, and as to what your next steps